a special effects sequence just to flex. So he convinced the others that right in the middle of their biblical...
Every time I fucking update my Windows installation, every time it does shit like this. I'm gonna flip.
satire, there should be a random glorious UFO chase. It derails the plot for a full minute, but the animation is incredible. And the punchline? Pure Python. Absurd, pointless, and unforgettable. Number 11. It's the anthem everyone remembers. Always look on the bright side of life. But believe it or not, the other Pythons nearly
now it is good,
Eric
thank
Idle
you.
wrote it as a joke, a light,
Hello,
ironic
Ghoul
tune
Snake,
to
the
close
snake
out
king
the
of the Ghoul
crucifixion.
Snakes,
But when
the
he
king
brought
of the
it to early
snakes of
script
massive
meetings,
gooning
the
snakes,
reaction was
how are
cold.
you?
No laughs,
Oh, good,
no
good.
nods, just awkward silence. It wasn't until they played it during a lunch break on set that the crew started whistling along. Someone said, "Play it again." Then they all joined in. That moment flipped the verdict. The song stayed. And decades later, it's been played at funerals, football matches, and royal events. All because a satire about death dared to end on a smile. Number 12. Bernie Delfont wanted nothing to do with Life of Brian. He pulled out late in production, terrified of the religious backlash. So what did the Pythons do? They turned him into the punchline.
I said to him, Bernie, I said, they'll never make that money back.
It was their way of immortalizing the man who doubted them and making sure every audience heard it loud and clear. Irony, Python style. Bernie walked away from the project, but couldn't escape the credits. Number 13. They weren't just filming on sets. Some locations were real ancient ruins, carved from centuries of history. The crew promised to be careful, but comedy doesn't always tread lightly. During the UFO crash scene, Terry Gilliam's effects team scorched part of a historic stone wall with paint and black powder. He panicked. That night, a secret team snuck back, armed with brushes, dirt, and water, to cover it up before the locals noticed. They were filming jokes in sandals, but they knew they were walking on sacred ground. Number 14. It started with a joke. In the most unholy of places, Amsterdam. While promoting Holy Grail across Europe, the Pythons were huddled in a hotel bar, trading drinks and...
Wait, there's one more on them.
absurd ideas. That's when the...
Oh, yeah. What a cocksucker.
Snake my king, my steel is yours. Snake my men march in your name. Snake your enemies shall choke on fear. For snake coils around every battlefield. Snake we are your fangs, we strike as you order.
What about the giant shark? Do you want to beat up the giant shark? Bye bye baby, bye bye. Bye bye sucker. Oh, I got no more. guy is too much. Fucking shark. No way in hell you're gonna like daze him with the arrows. Nope.
Seed of their next controversial project was planted, a biblical satire that would challenge conventions. The others cracked up, but the laugh didn't fade, because behind the joke was something bigger. They realized the Bible wasn't just scripture, it was ripe for satire, mob mentality, political hypocrisy, prophets misheard and misunderstood, and the idea stuck. Months later, they regrouped in Barbados, not for divine inspiration, but because George Harrison had a house there. With rum in hand and surf in earshot, they outlined the script barefoot on the beach. The Caribbean sun helped, but the writing was anything but relaxed. They tore through scenes with the same irreverent bite that had made Holy Grail a cult hit. And when it came time to shoot, they went to Tunisia, where Franco Zeffirelli's Jesus of Nazareth had just wrapped. They weren't building a biblical epic, but they sure weren't building new sets either. So this blasphemous comedy was born in Amsterdam, written in Barbados, and shot on holy ground. No wonder it sparked a religious riot.
They led us wide and fast. They take everything we had. From our fathers, and from our fathers' fathers.
And from our fathers' 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 fathers.
Don't labour the point. And what have they ever given us in return?
I wrote a text, but the woman did not say it.
Number 15. The man who played Brian had a secret weapon, discipline, which is ironic.
That sounds inspirational, I guess. Not bad, not bad. Stumblesome, electric ammo, stumblesome, compensator, toxic, drum mag, panic attack, heavy frame. So let me try this. It costs only 3000 macaronis and deals electric damage.
Snake the shark dares the waves, yet snake our blades are sharper than its teeth. Snake my men stand ready, snake we'll bleed the beast, and snake its fall will crown your glory.
Fair enough, fair enough. Very good. So, what are you up to, man? Is that Miyazaki?
Because, like, you wanna go kill the chicken? We're gonna give you a chicken. You wanna go kill it with me? No, yeah, I'm not.
Hello?
You know how it goes.
It's Snake.
Shh.
Holy shit.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Who's the Miyazaki? Who's the Miyazaki there?
Oh, it's Danny.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
Miyazaki. Okay,
Yeah, I changed my profile picture.
that's good. Why is the face distorted?
No,
What
I
do you
fucked
mean?
it up.
No, it's
Like,
good. It's good. Don't fix
That's
it.
him. That's how he always looks like.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be.
That's
What's
him
the
when he was
reaction image?
designing Radon in the DLC.
No, every time
Yeah.
he puts swamp in a game, that's his face. Troll face. What are you up to, guys?
I'm playing
Not good.
the game.
The
Here's
game.
the full image if you want it.
I'm playing the what's it called? What is it called? Banner loot.
Oh, that's why you wrote me the inspired message.
Inspired message. Yes.
Yeah, yes, inspired.
The messages of the gods.
If you change your profile on a Steam to this, you're probably gonna have like thousands of points giveaway. I bet.
I wish. But people on Hunt, which is the only fucking game I probably just open my profile to tell me to kill myself, so I doubt.
I wish they did that to me.
No. People that play Hunt are morons. Sorry, Club. In general,
What do you mean by
term
that?
speaking.
What do you mean by
So they're like uneducated swines. So
Hey,
I'm not saying to you or Danny. I'm just saying in general. In general. So
Snake,
being-
I'll tell you, I got chat banned 3 times.
being
I got chat banned for like out here once.
yeah, being buffoons they don't know who the Miyazaki is. So don't worry. They don't get the joke.
Yeah, they're losers. They're normies.
Well, they're gonna get like a dose of culture, I guess, with a bit of tarot cards. Yeah, at least that.
so did they reveal what the fuck they do?
There is like a video of that woman, the ladies in 40s, the Fire Witch.
I don't know anyone.
She's kind of not that pretty, She's like she looks like a hag. Yeah, she really looks like a witch. No offense.
Like the hags from The Witcher.
Yeah, if you see her like stream, you'll get what I mean. Like she doesn't look like a bad person, but she's not something you would call like attractive, not in a normal sense anyway.
Supposed to fire.
Jebem ti majku da ti jebe. Sorry.
Did you get commercials?
I pressed the wrong button.
Ah. Is that like a league moment?
I hear you. My wares are
Nah,
renowned.
but I
Oh,
pressed
Benelux.
end.
Yeah.
I mean, what she's speculating is the same thing I fucking said.
Yeah, she made like educated guesses, I suppose.
Yeah, it's the same shit I said. Oh, the tower. Oh, they didn't show that. What's this?
Well, I didn't saw everything, by the way.
Ah. Maybe the tower just like fucking shoots blows something up because it's literally a fucking.
One of the most exciting
the picture is
teasers from the
literally a tower
developers
being
is the
blown up by
reveal of
lightning.
tarot cards, a brand new mechanic coming to Hunt Showdown. The teasers don't spell it all
gypsies
out,
used to
and
be
of course
cultured.
they shouldn't,
They used to
but
have
they give us
professions.
just enough
Used
to
go
set
to the
imaginations
to
on
get your
fire.
fucking
The first
proper
clip
culture.
shows a hunter
bro,
spying
gypsies
on an
had
enemy
culture. You know
team
what
at the
culture? By
extraction
fucking
point.
cursing other
He
people
pulls out
with
a
their
card,
fucking curses
the
and
chariot,
witches and shit.
and it burns like an
Like, this is the
incantation.
tower, right?
Then
Looks pretty cool.
it cuts. In traditional tarot, the chariot represents determination,
I wish they stuck to
control,
being
and
specialized
victory
in
through
certain
sheer
trades instead of
willpower.
just going to
In
fucking
Hunt,
Britain with Romanian
could it
passports
mean
and stealing.
blocked
Yeah, I
extraction,
wish they stayed in
silenced
fucking
horses,
robbing people. and
extended
shit.
extraction times? We don't know just yet, but the possibilities are
They
as
were funny,
thrilling
though.
as they are dangerous. The second clip is just
Come to
as cryptic.
Birmingham, yeah?
A hunter takes a bullet to the back while running. Desperate, he burns the sun. And again,
I
we're
actually
left
didn't know
guessing.
until really late that
The
there
sun
is
in
actually
tarot
fucking white gypsies.
symbolizes
They're just
joy,
called
vitality,
Irish travelers.
clarity, and
They act
resilience.
like gypsies,
Could
but
this
they're
mean
white.
a sudden burst of health,
And they live in
temporary
trailer houses.
invulnerability,
You know
or
the
something
Isaac
entirely
bullshit?
new?
Isaac was saying that
The
his
only
family is
clear
made out
thing
of gypsies.
is that the card holds life-saving
Is he
potential.
really a gypsy?
The third
No,
teaser
but his
finally
grandma
shows us
used
a
to be one of
direct
those,
effect.
Swedish
Two hunters
gypsies. I don't know what
sprint
the fuck
through the
they're
night,
called. Like the
bodies
traveling
engulfed
gypsies.
in flames.
Well,
One pulls
that's
out the
that's
card,
normal gypsy, by the
burns
way.
it.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
yeah, it's the traveling gypsies.
yeah. Well, the other gypsies are fake ones, like just common thieves. But that one is like a real.
Common
Okay,
thieves.
I saved us.
Oh,
Okay, that's
Hello.
good.
Let me see if it posts normally.
I kind of started getting the hang of guitar. I mean, I'm still shit at it, but it feels more natural.
Hell yeah,
That's
man.
us. Look at it.
Very-
Beautiful.
And I read somewhere that you really have to just be relaxed when you play guitar, because if you're tense, you're just gonna feel like it's hard to play anything. So I just try to like play relaxed, and it doesn't sound good, but I can play relaxed, and it sounds like what I want it to sound, sort of. So I'll just keep doing it until it sounds better.
Good.
What you think?
Good.
Good?
Yes.
Eventually, I'm going to be the jack of all trades.
What do you think, Eddie?
Wait.
Is that the
Oh.
Sims?
Yes.
It's
I
nice.
made us in Sims.
Oh. Who's the cat?
Who's the kid?
It's
Mahmoud.
hard, I meant that cat.
It's Mahmoud.
Does the cat have a human face?
It looks oddly
Because
specific.
Joseph.
Oddly
Because
specific.
Joseph wanted him to be retarded. Same as the dog.
It reminds me of the faggot dog. You know the faggot dog?
It was supposed to be corgi, but then we played around and we put the retarded ears, so he looks like that.
Hmm.
And then I made myself like me and Joseph like Joseph. So, yeah.
Oh, I can't find him.
It is
Let me
time to
tag
use the
alone.
reforged horn of the Bastille for glory.
Where did I go again?
Would you tag along?
I don't know, maybe he will say something nice.
Faggot dog.
That faggot dog looks like the meme where it says, sings Monday left me broken. You know?
Yeah, like that fucking cat.
Monday
Yeah, he looks
left
like
me
that.
broken. Tuesday out.
Yeah, he looks like that, doesn't he? This is me.
Faggot looking dog. Wait, there's more pictures of him.
Are we gonna play Hunt?
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't think Danny wants to play fucking Hunt.
Oh, right now I'm in a good mood. After not being in a good mood, I'm not in a good mood. I can't fucking speak anymore.
Okay, good.
I didn't understand. So you not gonna play because you will be in bad mood, or you feel in good mood and you're gonna play?
Yeah,
No, I'm feeling in a good mood after not feeling in a good mood for a while, and I don't wanna play because that's gonna ruin it.
Ah, okay. Oh, Snake, how's the Path of Exile too?
Yes.
It's good. I wanna play. I'm gonna buy it.
I usually play the
Okay,
most.
but I'm asking Snake,
Yes.
not you.
Hmm.
I know you're gonna buy. That's why I'm asking Snake. Is it good? Because I don't
Yes.
know
If you
I'm
like
buy.
the gameplay, if you're familiar with like Dota or a League, you're probably gonna.
I am familiar, but I don't like Path of Exile because it's spammy.
Not necessarily. You can choose like an auto
That's what I
attack
said.
build. Yeah.
That's what I said.
Like you can make a most retarded build where you just like one click button. You have enough
told that
mana
exactly.
pool. You don't need to do combos. You can just spam left click, and that's it.
Okay, but what about the bad reviews about the gearing system?
That's the people that got to like an end game, and they got like brain dead of playing. Bad reviews are from people that have like
Okay.
thousands of hours.
You know what I'm gonna say about that? So they complain about the gear or whatever the fuck. So they get to end game and they do it as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Like they look up online how to level fast, extra fast, max level instant.
Yes.
And then they get to max level.
Oh,
have
I'm
nothing
bored.
To do in the game.
I'm
And then he's
bored.
bored because
I'm
they
bored.
spam through the game in like 2 days. No, nigga, play the game, have fun.
You don't look for any guides. You just play the game, and you know.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, just play the game, fuck it, on your own. Pecarios. I'll take Pecarios with me. Hello, Pecarios. You want to join me? Snake, I invited Pecarios.
Who's Picaris?
Some random guy I met in Italy.
In Italy?
No, in the Empire.
Medieval game.
Oh.
In the Empire.
What is medieval game? He's annoying me in a good way. Like normie as in like what's the word? Nerd. Yeah, he's a
Nerd.
nerd. I opened his
Very
Steam
nerdy.
wishlist to buy him game, and half of them are Medieval King 2, Crop Farm Medieval, like some random games I never heard. He said, yeah, they're good. I wanna play it. Most random
They are
games
good.
now. And I asked him what's that game. He doesn't even know what he had. Just some medieval.
But sometimes you forget. Should I give him an axe? Snake, what weapon should I give him? Snake, an axe, a sword, or a mace?
Mace. Always go with the mace.
What kind?
The one with the spikes.
Okay.
Because you want your opponent not dead, but lying on floor, with the busted wounds and dying slowly.
The morning
Screaming, and then when the next guy hears the last guy screaming, he's gonna drop the weapon and run away. You gotta get tactical. Why is Path of Exile too good? Because you can mix and match every playstyle you want with any class. If you start as a warrior, you don't have to play as a warrior. You can opt to be a mage or like a bowman. I actually spec my warrior to be like a bowman that shoots so hard arrows that every time you shoot an arrow, the first enemy I hit, it automatically stuns.
What kind of polearm should I give him? I can give him a spear, a lance, a glaive.
Glaive.
The thing with an axe.
Thing with an axe. I can give him a hook bill.
Yeah, that's okay. So you can dismount the, horseman, I guess.
It's fucking huge though.
Yeah. So you're like making avatar?
I'm just giving him gear. The homeless guy I met in the tower.
This guy I met in the tower.
In the tavern.
Tavern.
Okay, I need to give him a horse as well.
Now I got the Exo Katana.
Oh, you're getting all the good shit.
No, yeah, but I got Mage Punk Vandal, Mage Punk, knife.
But those are good as well.
I hate Mage Punk, looks disgusting. Horrid.
Well, you don't
Vomit.
like it. But yeah, but you
'Cause
don't
it's-
like it, but it's subjectively good skin.
No, it's not, that's the thing, it's not subjective. I could even say subjectively Recon is good, but this shit is disgusting.
Recon is good.
Yeah, but this Mage Punk is disgusting.
But that's your opinion.
No, it's just bad.
Like, I don't like Mage Punk either, but a lot of people do. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know how. I can't see. Like, it's like, I would say, Recon is not for me, and other people like it, but, which is like, okay, the colors, whatever. But the Mage Punk, I don't know.
Snake, what type of
So-
helmet should I give him?
The one with the visor that can be opened up.
Oh, okay.
If you can, do a flip flop, I guess.
No, I also hate Path of Exile. It's because I can't play a healer.
Yes, you can. That is not like a heal spell, but you can opt to like do the regeneration thing, like.
But she doesn't mean heal herself. She means heals others.
You can
Yep,
be
I
a
like
buffer.
healing others.
You can like equip yourself with like auras.
But that's not the same as
They,
healing.
they are yet to introduce druid into the game, so that's probably the thing you're looking for.
Not druid. I'm looking for a shaman or priest.
Um,
Fuck druid.
when you when you get like a empty skill gem, it shows like currently it shows 5 or 6 classes, and every class has like a unique skill gems. So we are missing like I think another 4 like unique skill sets. So every like every weapon that you equip possess like a unique animations or cast, you know, stuff. Like you can use arrow storm with only like a range type, like a bow and arrow or a spear. With a two-hand weapon like a club or a whatever, you know, like a big bonky thing, you can use like the earthquakes, not with like swords. So there are like 2 or 3 like caster items that probably will have like you know, like the thing that you're looking for, but not right now.
Should give him a shield.
No, no.
It's like, what kind of shield, bro?
Shield?
Isn't there like some witch?
Yeah, I'm playing with a witch that
She's
uses
a
How
mage.
is it?
Witch is a mage.
I use blood magic to heal my
Is
minions.
it fun?
It is. I stood back, I heal my minions by collecting the blood orbs,
So
and
that's like warlock?
something like that. I
No,
guess.
not warlock. Necromancer?
Yeah,
No,
but
there's a separate necromancer.
well,
class, I
you
think.
can mix and match. Theoretically, I should be playing all minion build, but I'm playing like parts half caster, half like minion support. So I basically try to maximize my minion uptime while casting like supporting spells. For example, I use like skeleton archers, and to maximize their damage, I throw like a firewall around them so the melee attackers get killed. And when the skeletons shoot through the firewall, their arrows ignite, so they deal additional fire damage on top of it. For example.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Make dinner out of it. No. Fuck's sake, I'm on a fucking... So he spawns on a cliff, and I spawn at the bottom of the cliff. How the fuck is this fair, exactly? Snake, how fair?
It doesn't have to be a fair, sometimes it's just a challenge, you know.
Hey, it's a challenge, it's being raped.
Have you played like a Dark Souls 1? What's the fair
No, I
about...
haven't played it, no.
Oh, then I won't spoil it.
I played it, nigga. What the fuck do you mean I haven't played it?
Swamp in the lower area.
You don't even know what the fuck it's called.
Whatever, it's called fucking green area, swamp.
It's called Blighttown.
No, that's the upper area, the lower area.
Yeah, the lower area is also called Blighttown.
How original. The area next to the, you know, half spider, half naked lady. What's that called? Blighttown. Wow.
That's the same place.
Yo,
What?
I wanna play some.
What do you want to play?
I wanna play some.
Okay, what do you want to play?
I don't know. Pick something.
Like what?
What pick a game?
What do I have to pick?
Because you're picky.
No, I'm not.
No, what?
Night Train.
No.
Play Night Train.
I don't
She
have.
would not like. She would not like that game. Even if
I would like.
What am I
wouldn't.
hearing? That you don't have money, so that's why you are making up excuses. Sorry.
Wait, why is why wouldn't I like it?
Because it's Elden Ring, but more AIDS.
It's like Risk of Rain, Elden Ring style. That's it.
What's the risk of rain? I don't know.
Don't worry about it.
Risk of rain.
Yeah, take a look at the gameplay. You'll probably like it.
Risk Cavern is more fun than fucking Night Rain.
No, man, no. It's fun if you find the people, you know, that are fun to play with. The Night
I
Rain
wanna
is.
play that tiny girl.
You wanna play it?
Yes, I wanna run with my big sword.
Oh, she wanna use the big bonks.
Yes.
Oh.
And be so small. I wanna be her. She's so funny.
Yes. I mean, I did ask him to play it, but he said he doesn't want to, so, you know, boo.
Because the game is bad right now.
It always will be bad.
But maybe they fix it.
A little.
It's not bad. It's game for like, what, if you have like a 30 or 60 minutes spare, finish like one match and that's it.
No, yeah, but like, no, imagine spending what, 40 euros for one game a week, so you wouldn't get bored because the game is so empty and repetitive.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Well,
spending
that's the,
40
well,
euros
that's the
for
point.
that.
It's supposed to be repetitive. It's
Yeah,
that type of game. They made it like that.
It's like that by design.
Yeah, they literally. I still don't understand why they couldn't just make another DLC for Elden Ring and just put all the bosses they put in this shit into that.
If you wanna play like a better game, then you buy Elden Ring.
Well, a lot of people would disagree with you. They're like, oh my god, this game is so good. Yeah, okay, how many hours do you have? Oh, you played it for 1 week and stopped? Wow, that's crazy. I wonder why. Haha, XD.
I mean, listen. You have Night Rain, which is short, you know, for people with short attention span. And you have Elden Ring, which is like a fucking massive.
Yeah, I actually have to play.
And what do you want? Do you want like 60-minute experience or 100 hours experience? What do you want?
To not get raped in the forest.
Nah. I'm not even arguing.
With the rape goats.
I'm not even arguing with you. It's just like, you know, like what do people want? Do they want like a short game or like a long game?
They want that scam game.
How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Oh.
That's not what I'm saying.
Where the fuck are the enemies? Oh, they're
Look,
right
I
in
might
front of me.
play something.
Yes, what do you wanna play?
No, I don't know.
Okay, crazy.
The rape goats from the
Oh, I jump into the random hole. The fuck?
Tell me a game you wanna play and we'll play it.
No, I have 3 games. No,
Oh,
4
pick
games.
one and let's play it.
But I don't know which one to pick because I don't want you to be like, that game.
Well, if I don't feel like playing it, what the fuck do you want from me?
Then told me what you feel like playing.
Join
so we don't have
Helldivers.
to guess.
I told you to buy Helldivers, she doesn't like it.
I don't have money.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
work
when
anymore.
you had money, I told you to buy it, you said you don't like it.
Because
So
it
don't
looks like
say-
Warframe. Fuck Warframe.
No.
Warframe is a disgusting, horrible game.
See,
I
It's
don't
not,
play
it's not,
Warframe.
it's not.
You
Her
have
opinion,
some
her
issues
opinion is
with
bad.
Warframe.
I mean,
She's like, oh.
it
Hear me
really,
out, hear me out.
it really isn't like Warframe. Trust me.
It is.
It
I've
is,
watched
it
you guys
is.
play it.
No.
It's so Warframe.
No.
Golden. It's insane.
Hear me out.
You can cope as much as you want, but it's a Warframe game.
What part of it
Hear
it's
me
a
out.
Warframe? I played Warframe. It's boring.
Because your third
Whoa.
character running and spamming shit at enemies.
You don't have to
Listen to
spam like he. Hmm.
Stop, everyone. How about you just play this game?
I have my
Mahjong.
Jong on my phone.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
online version, so. Or play
We'll go
chess.
play that.
Oh, we played online chess while being in a Hunt Showdown match.
Ah.
Man, one time I literally went to get food while I was in a compound and the enemy still didn't fucking push me and I was
Yeah.
away for like 15 minutes. They just didn't fucking do anything. the whole
Yeah,
time.
I opened the chess, like online chess, with a Dracula on, you know, my second display. We play like a chess, you know, match, while waiting for them to do anything.
I just went to eat. Well, fuck it. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
I mean, they
What
don't want.
do you wanna play?
I don't know what you wanna play. Why you
Well, hey,
ask
when-
me when you're the one who's gonna be picky?
I'm not. Just pick anything. I don't care.
You say what you wanna play. I'll pick it after you tell
Just
me.
pick something.
Why can't you tell me what you wanna play?
I don't
and
know
I'll
what.
pick?
I don't care. Just pick something. Oh shit. It just ignores me.
I hate men.
Just pick anything.
Why can't I pick and say no, not this one? I'll pick the second. No, not this one. Pick third game. No, not this one.
I mean,
We'll see about it.
I say pick with your game then. No, I don't know. You pick.
I don't care.
Yeah. I will say game. No, I don't want to play that.
Then
No,
pick a
nigga.
game and we'll play it. I'm telling you right now, pick a game
You
and
see
we'll
what
play
I'm dealing with?
it.
it's not easy being you, I guess.
It's not.
Yes, it's really not hard to say at the end that she wants to play.
Well,
one
let's
time.
play tank game then.
Okay, sure. Why do you want to play that?
I don't know.
You sure you want to play that? Like, absolutely sure?
I mean, you can play an archer with Yosif, and he can be a warrior in a Path of Exile.
What's an archer?
Archer,
guy
you
with
know,
the
you
bow.
use a bow. No, it's not a guy,
She
it's a
would
woman.
prefer a mage, probably, not a fucking not a
I mean, the
I
strongest.
play only mages and healers and stuff.
It's just the starting affinity, the starting class in PoE2. You can.
But once again, I do not have your Path of Exile 2, so we will not play archer and whatever, because I don't have it the game.
It's gonna be free. So
Yes, and Joseph keeps saying that it's gonna be free in 2
Yeah.
years, apparently.
if you wanna wait for 2 years,
No, I don't mind, but he wants to play now.
exactly.
No, obviously.
Well, I don't have the money to buy it. What do you want me to do? Because I
No,
have to pay for
mean-
my studies.
I mean, let me see. Yosif, you said you wanna buy it, but only if she buys it first, right?
What? No.
Okay, let me see.
When did I say that?
Let me see. So, like this, and
I don't know what you want to play.
No, I said let's play the tank game.
And you unironically want to play it?
tank
Yes,
game.
but you have to teach me
Oh,
What do you want me to teach you?
That's
how
gonna take
to
a while.
play that game.
I don't think I can teach you how to play that. You know how long it takes? Like, I can
How
try,
long?
but I don't think you're gonna understand anything.
Yeah, but you didn't tell me that
Like
I'm
the-
not supposed to face my front because they can penetrate.
No, I
me.
did.
it's a
I did.
it's a common logic.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have one if you haven't figured.
No, but like, okay, like I can tell you what to do, but you're gonna be like, oh, this is boring. Why am I supposed to do that? Like, you don't. You're just supposed to be patient. You can't really just go up to someone, shoot them, and it's gonna be like, oh, he's dead. It doesn't work like that.
You can play a scout car. What's it called? Like a light tank. Why are you laughing?
That's like one of the hardest shit to play in the game.
I mean, it's a suicide mission, so she can do that, I guess.
And then she's gonna watch.
That's how you learn,
Crazy.
by watching.
That's how I play Hunt. I go in and die and I have to spectate Joseph.
Yeah, exactly, and you learn.
2 hours to play Hunt.
I mean, she then has to die fast, so you don't like.
I don't think she learns anything from me. She's just like, wow, how you see him, how you kill him.
I mean, she does watch your screen, so I don't know what is there, you know.
No, I watch his screen and I don't understand how he can kill someone and they don't come from his back. They always come from
Because
my
I
back.
hear them.
and I can't hear them.
You need to play, like a lot.
I play, I don't hear anything. I'm deaf.
Play more,
That's what I told him.
like a lot more.
Nobody plays with us. Who am I supposed to play with? Nobody plays.
play.
Danny doesn't play it. Isaac is drug addict.
Danny will play it.
I
No, he
can.
doesn't play it. He's
Let me see.
busy stroking his dick.
I can play with you.
See?
Is this what I come off across as?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do, man. You're fucking doing it.
Mom,
Fucking
he's
doing it,
stroking
man.
my
Yeah,
dick.
your dick has been called out.
No.
Big winner Dan. Bagoon King Daniel.
I
To be
mean,
a good artist, musician, and 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 this is what I'm reduced to.
yes. So, if you don't mind waiting, I'm probably gonna play the next tarot event.
It's gonna take a
I'm
while.
gonna kill the big
I mean,
spider.
knowing Crytek,
Oh, yeah,
you're not
Snake.
gonna wait for long.
Snake.
Yes.
They are adding giant fucking spiders. I don't know if you saw that.
Spiders?
As normal mobs.
As
Yeah, they're
AI.
adding.
AI.
Yeah. As zombies, like similar to it, you know. But it's gonna be like
Range
gonna be like
abilities?
eggs.
Range ability?
It's gonna be eggs, and you walk
Okay.
through the eggs, and it spawns spiders. As far as I know, that's what I saw at least.
So
And
new.
there's gonna be like a lot of them. There's gonna be like 10 of them.
Oh. So actual threat?
Yeah, it should be, because they're pretty big and they poison you at the same time.
Yeah, good.
I mean, there's no really threats. The only threat I could see in fucking Hunt is the
Compass.
is the fucking immolator, and I guess if you're retarded, the meathead. But I don't know what else could kill you in that game. Literally nothing. I guess maybe the bees. Adele, you wanna play the game now?
Hunt?
What game?
The fucking tank game.
Mm.
I guess.
What do you mean you guess? You picked it. What else do you wanna play? For fuck's sake, say it. Just say it.
I'm gonna go eat.
I closed my game to play with you. I'm gonna go eat, actually. Why did you tell me to come play then?
No, I don't know. I'm tired. I don't wanna play any. I hate it.
So you asked me that. So no, wait. So you tell me first that you want to play with me and we should play. Now I can't play with you.
You're so dense. She wants to spend time with you.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I wanna
really
play
matter.
time with you, but you can't pick games.
Okay,
Why?
what am I supposed to pick? I don't give a shit what you play, for fuck's sake. Pick one. I don't give a shit.
Stop it, bro.
Danny, I'm gonna fucking stab you in the neck. Yeah, I'm gonna go make a milk, huh?
For what?
The Golden Tanks.
Why?
How to create no account.
Okay, I'm playing the.
I wrote it
Danny
completely
never
wrong.
come.
I don't have it.
Danny doesn't want to play it. He's like, oh, fuck you, dog. And I'm like, no, kill yourself. And he's like, fuck you, dog. And I'm like, oh, no.
Why does he not wanna play it?
I have a hole in my wall because of order fence.
I told him to download it, doesn't want to.
Smart man.
Mata wants to play it. Or is he upset with you?
No, he's not. I don't think he has it. Download it.
So it'll take him like 10 minutes to download. By the time I eat, he
But
will
he's not
download.
home. He's not home. Choose in-game name. The rapist.
No.
No. Therapist.
No, my name is.
This could be useful.
You,
What should I call myself?
you write down, my name is not important.
You can match me a Mellow Bun. He told me to name myself Mellow Bun.
Yes.
Nice trick.
Here, have this useless gold.
Can I go look for food?
Cool.
I started the game, but I wanna eat. I'm hungry.
Imported terrorist. Oh, I can call myself imported terrorist. Yeah, that's a good name.
Did you make like a name generator or whatever?
No, I just called myself terrorist.
This is shit. Literal shit.
Stay inside.
As we if you those matter though their bodies now that
Fuck.
Choose in-game password. I fuck cats. 227.
I would think that there's like a filter for naughty words, isn't it?
Date of birth. When did the
Austrian painter?
Tiananmen Square
You're not
happened
gonna...
on 15th of April. Okay, that's my date of birth.
What did you put, like a Austrian painter birthday?
No, I put the Tiananmen Square instead. 1989. Yeah, perfect. How old am I now?
Like 40.
Snake, how old are you?
Quite old. 83.
What do you mean 83? You're not 83.
That's the age
That's
of birth.
young as fuck, what?
Oh, you mean the age? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I was like, what?
That's fine.
Fuck. I just used a different email. I already have this one. Man, I searched up Tiananmen Square. Now my account is fucked. Now the Chinese is gonna stalk me.
No, just keep spamming China #1.
Yeah, every game I don't. What do you mean I already have an account? How the fuck do I already have an account? This is my email.
Maybe you're a known offender.
Rapist?
Hello.
Known offender.
I took a snack my dad is making food already. Snack.
Wait a minute. I beat one boss. Why am I fighting second one? The fuck is this?
I used to have another email, now I don't remember what the fuck it was.
You had the Taliban.
Wait. Can I can disable my account in all the times.
Yeah, he had some Mahmoud Taliban Croatian, you know.
It's fun.
Wait, let me see if I know the password. I don't know what the fuck I made a new account. What is this even for? Is it because I got banned?
Were you naughty in a chat?
He told me to buy a can opener and CS63.
Why'd you tell her that?
What do you mean why it's hard?
The game tell you that, or did you tell her that? I didn't tell you.
I told you to get those. Those are like the easiest ones to do.
Understandable.
The can opener is fucking the method anyway after you know how to play.
Yeah, it's like the fucking Super Conqueror before they decided to have it.
I mean, they buffed it again, now it's actually kind of increased. Well, I can't delete my account. Damn, navigate to account management. Okay, data protection. Here, manage data. Delete account. "30 days after."
That's when it gets deleted after 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. GG. Just make a new Gmail.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Man, I used to have another fucking account, but I don't remember the fucking name of it anymore. The fucking email of it. I used to have 3 emails, I don't remember the email.
We're using
Yeah,
fake
just make a
emails.
fucking email.
No.
That didn't.
I don't give a shit, man. Why is it sending me fucking Discord messages?
Well,
Why do I have tier 9 tank?
You got from tier 6 to 9.
You got it for free. Was it like a beginner's like gift or something?
Yeah, they give it to everyone. They're not beginners, everyone. Fuck's sake, man. Add another account. For personal use. First name.
I had E77. I don't know what that is.
Type of a tank.
Next one.
And I have contender. And CS59.
Nothing the same.
And UDES 033.
Care for a story? I've got some trinkets.
Joseph. I
Hmm?
remember one time I was actually like really fucking close to getting to play World of Tanks when I was a kid, like 9 years old. Because my dad
Yeah.
saw one of those fucking ads on TV when they still used to air on fucking TV, you know? And he installed the game, but the thing is he had no idea how to make an account, so I just had it on my desktop for like 2 years.
Interesting.
Then my PC broke. And I totally forgot about it.
So we never really got to play it.
No, because my dad had no idea how to make an account and neither did I know.
I've got some
Oh.
trinkets.
Didn't this game used to be on every like virus torrent site as an ad?
Yeah, it used to be everywhere as an ad,
As we up the
but then they stopped.
I hear you.
It used to be on
wares
TV
are
for ads.
renowned.
I
Used
only
to be on
remember because my parents would watch, like, they don't know English, so they watch Russian movies, and whenever they would go on any Russian site or even download games for Russian site, it would always on banners have the World of Tanks ad.
Yeah.
It's like a virus game, unironically. That's why I never played this game, because it seemed like a virus game by how much they promoted themselves on virus websites.
It is probably.
It is yours. Warm nights.
Can't wait for the Russians to steal my data.
I mean,
Yep.
you can have my porns if you want them. I mean, educational movies for
what?
grown-ups. Oh, no, educational movies for grown-ups.
I don't have porn.
No. I meant my collection. Educational only, of course.
I thought you don't watch porn.
No, not really.
I got an actually educational folder.
There is
I use it for
yeah,
I use it for anatomy
research, yes.
when I draw. Yeah.
There is like documentary on YouTube that's not like a porn. It's called 100 orgasms a day about a woman with like hypersensitivity that gets.
Wait, my internet went to shit.
Well, I'm not gonna repeat it. It's embarrassing anyway.
Yeah, I made a new Google account.
Porn
my
is
fucking
bad for
internet's
your
fucking
brain.
so much.
I mean, bad
Oh,
porn.
is it now?
Sure, sure. If it's
Is it
bad,
now though?
if it's bad, you know.
Oh, people say it's bad because it's apparently a dopamine addiction.
Only if you do it every day, I guess.
Good thing I do it every fucking day.
There you go. Problem solved.
Just to make sure it doesn't go away. Smartest thing to do here, honestly.
How can I
Take your time. All right.
Did I fix it? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
My internet decided to kill itself.
You set your internet to kill?
Yes.
No, my internet killed itself.
Oh.
But did I make an account? What happened? What? I clicked create. What happened?
It's thinking, right?
I'm confused. What happened? What?
Man, what the fuck is wrong with my internet?
Have you recently paid bills?
And both hunters are instantly extinguished.
I don't pay bills, I don't
Now, the
work.
garden isn't part of every
Up to my
tarot
dad.
deck, and its meaning shifts depending on
Oh, what's up, wrong with it,
interpretation.
though?
Often tied to abundance, renewal, and healing through
complete
nature.
registration.
In
Yeah,
Hunt, it's clearly a powerful tool for survival. But that's not all. A fourth card shows up, not in the clips, but on the teaser's thumbnail, the Tower. We see a grunt and a distant watchtower fading into Sal's
We'll
fog.
see.
In tarot, the
Okay,
tower
I
stands
made
for
an
sudden
account.
upheaval, destruction, and radical change, tearing down what was
Now we can get
to make
free
way
shit
for
as well.
something new. What does it mean in Hunt? Destruction of structures? A full shake-up of the bayou itself? That's probably reaching too far. Just like the other cards, its true effect in Hunt can be very different from the traditional meaning. We can only speculate. But one thing is certain, these cards are more than collectibles. They're a new force in the bayou. The devs also dropped a
That was
little
so
something on
fucking
social
funny.
media. A picture that's more mystery than
You can
answer.
talk about
The
Spider-Man
caption
over.
reads, "You hear that creak too, right? Is it the old floorboards groaning, or something more sinister?" No context, no explanation, just a hint that something's moving in the shadows. Is this teasing a new boss, a new mob, or maybe something entirely different? At this point,
I'm
it's
waiting
anyone's
on the
guess.
We're actually gonna play this?
The Judgment of the Fool
Well,
event
yeah,
wasn't just
tell 'em
about
how to
gameplay,
play,
it
so
was
I will
also
play
about
more
gathering
than I
your
know what to
feedback,
do.
and the devs delivered
Well,
a
if you
full
wanna learn how to
breakdown
play
of
with
what
Squad,
players
not
thought,
play the
what worked,
highest
and what's
rank
coming
in the
next.
game, you know?
Here are the highlights. 69% of players rated their overall experience 4 or 5 out of 5. Safe to say the majority are satisfied with the game's
That doesn't
direction.
matter.
When it comes to defining victory, most players said it's
cares?
all
Danny,
about
who
getting
cares, right?
kills and extracting with a bounty
Yeah.
token. Written
they
responses
gave it to
show
other
that
people
even
that played
losing
this
can
game
feel
fucking
rewarding
played
if
the
the
first time.
PvP was intense and fun. And for solos, just surviving is a win on its
Slow
own.
down. Then when you pick something.
64% of you were satisfied
What
with
should
the
I take?
battle
Danny, what do
pass,
you think I should
back
take?
to previous event levels,
I don't know, bro,
despite
just go
no
play
new
tier two.
weapons being included.
Do we
On
target?
that note, the abundance of weapons
I don't
split
die.
the community right down the middle.
Pull a med, drag.
The gunrunner trait, powerful, popular, but decisive.
Then
It
then
dominated,
you
but
can-
because of the player
you can jump off a
frustration,
bridge, bro.
don't expect to see it return as an
Panzer tree.
event trait anytime
Jump off
soon.
a bridge, bro.
The DeSalle visual
Legit,
overhaul
it's like the
landed
most
hard, hitting
average tank you can
87% satisfaction. It
Jump off
even
a bridge, bro.
slightly outranked the other maps in preference. Beginners
Can I
favored
skip it as
Stillwater
well?
Bayou,
Yeah.
while veterans leaned toward Lawson Delta. The new 17th compound, the Fool's Hideout, was also a success, pulling a 78% satisfaction rating. And yes, a new 17th compound is already being developed for the next event. Balance changes like health chunk restoration and the Fast Fingers trait price adjustments were generally well
Okay,
received.
let's see.
South Skin trait
Yeah.
is still the 5th most picked overall, but its usage in high MMR lobbies dropped after 2.4, bringing it more in line with other traits. Dark Dynamite Satchel got mixed reviews. Some liked the ambush potential, but it remains the least used explosive consumable. For now, no further changes are planned. On the UI side, most changes were welcomed, except the gear
You know
screen
what I
filter
really wanna
behavior, which
try?
left players frustrated. Custom
There's some in
loadouts should
Lithuania,
help
but I
smooth
need to
that
go
out.
to a specific shop. I wanna try
Lobby
those
screen navigation
nerds
issues,
guns
especially for
last
Soul Survivor players, are set to be addressed in a
know?
full update
Yeah, I know.
2.5 overhaul.
week. Have you tried them?
And finally,
No,
audio.
they don't exist,
98% of players use
Oh.
headphones, and 60% prefer
Do you wanna
Cryspatial
try
for
if
its
they
clarity
existed?
and positioning. Audio has been
Yeah.
steadily improving since 1896's
about
launch,
Sour
and
Patch
refinements are still ongoing. Bottom line, the
Yeah,
devs
I
are
wanna
leaning
try some.
hard into survey feedback,
them,
and
but
much
they're
of
not
it
that
is
powerful,
shaping
unfortunately.
Update 2.5 as we speak. The final judgment
Done
is
it,
here.
right? Do you think I
Round
should go
3
for
has
the
begun,
leopard?
and this is where the Bayou
As
decides
medium?
its
I think
victor.
that's a good medium.
Every bullet, every blade, every choice.
P72 maybe?
All builds to this moment. Choose your
So what's a
side
good
and play
medium,
as
huh?
one of the featured hunters
I
to
thought that
determine the
leopard was so
outcome.
good.
For Team Fool,
What do you think about the
have
concept
the Fool
file,
Outlaw,
maybe? The British
the
one.
Fool Fugitive,
I don't even
and
know what the
Mercy's
fuck that
Enter.
is, probably.
For Team
It's a
Judge,
wheeled
you have
medium.
the Pale Judge, Sheriff Harden, and Ambrose
I'll
Hayden.
go for it. but
Your
you're probably
battles
gonna
don't
insta-die.
just decide bragging rights, they unlock
sacrifice
lore
something for
as
that
well
so
as
that you
blood
really
bond
get
discounts
that
on
kind of
weapons.
shit.
For the Fool, it's the Wormwood for the
Well, I
Mosin
wanna
and the
try
gun.
it.
And for the Pale Judge, it's the Wolfsbane
I
for
think
the
I want to go
Lebel
with that
Aperture.
and maybe a
The
tank
clock is ticking.
destroyer.
September 16th marks the end of round 3. Until then,
Go with the
step into the
Japanese
fight, choose your side, and let
It's
the
like the
Bayou
worst
bear
one of the
witness to the final
It's
judgment.
funny. It's like yeah,
And there you have it,
Well,
hunters.
it's
fucking
New
retarded.
mechanics teased,
It's like the-
survey
yeah,
results
if you-
shaping the future,
If you
and the
take the
final
Young
clash of
Panzer
the community
U100 compared to
contest.
this thing, like
Bye.
you're actually gonna do something in the game. This thing is fucking useless.
I remember the tier 7 or 6 in the line used to be the best one before they decided to fucking shit on it and nerf it to shit.
But I'm gonna take the concept 5 real fucker. And maybe a tank. I need a tank destroyer. I don't think I want to take another heavy tank.
Take care.
Yeah. What about the grill? Is the grill any good?
It's okay, yeah.
What?
Surprisingly.
What's the grill?
The grill 15. It's a big gun.
Just go with a camo build, don't give a shit about the gun. It's good as it is.
I think I'll go with the grill, yeah. Okay. Claim reward. And I'm gonna go with the concept 5. Cause why the fuck not, you know? I got a reward for confirming my email as well. That's good.
Crazy.
Oh, Mr. Snake, Mr. Snake.
What did I do?
Come here, Mr. Snake.
What cat do?
Hey, pura merda, Snake.
What the cat do?
Okay, let me add you as friends. But what's your name? How do I type it?
Mellow bun.
Is it all together or is there like a line at the bottom?
All together.
Okay, I added you. E77. What the fuck is this thing? It looks, but this thing looks cool as shit. What is
Is
this?
your name endlessly?
Yeah.
Where's the terrorist?
I changed my mind.
Huh?
I changed my mind.
Young one.
Oh.
Danny.
Yeah.
This fucking premium tier 9 tank is fucking retarded. What the fuck? What the fuck is this thing?
Which one are we talking about?
Oh, fuck my back. The E77.
I don't know what the fuck.
You mean you feel like it's too strong?
Yeah, it's too strong.
Did you get it for like...
Today about it.
It has 300 turret armor at tier 9.
It's okay, bro.
Is that
250 pen, 460 damage, 12-second reload time.
Is that like good?
Yes, that's really good. This guy can just peek around corners like a pedophile and shoot.
Pedo tank?
Yeah, exactly. What else did they give me? The XM66F. What the fuck is this thing? Oh, does it also have 700 million fucking armor? Oh yeah, 250 turret armor at tier 8. Wow, that's great. Danny, what do you think of that?
What do you think? I don't want to play that game.
Oh.
Danny, what do you think of that?
Perfectly balanced.
Great.
And then they gave you the 122 TM fucking garbage nigger tank. And the tier 9 UDES. And I'm not interested in it. It's all garbage. Okay. Let me invite you to the group. I cannot invite you. Wait, how do I skip the... I can't skip it. One second.
Too soon. Death is my power to wield.
Lord Vass. Welcome to my channel. O snake di su ostali.
Nice, nice.
Okay.
Tony,
apply.
Tony je moj prom. Stvarno ne znam.
What kind of gun
Znam
is this
samo
thing
da
have?
danas nisam tu. Već
What?
posle...
What?
Go down the K91
6, 7.
Russian tank.
Mislio san the setigrati donors.
The tier 8 is fun.
Ne, ja sam danas
No one sees the
zauzet.
whole game,
Sutra,
'cause it
tek
has no armor.
sutra popodne ću imati slobodno vremena.
But is that a medium? What is that? I don't even remember what the fuck that is.
Neki obavez.
It's a medium tank with a really good weapon. Back turret mount.
Ah, okay. I know what it is. I don't like it because it looks weird as shit. It just looks weird. I don't like it because of only that reason.
They have pretty good damage record on the tier 8. It has the most accurate and highest pen for gold rounds for tier.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't like it because it looks weird. Why does the grill have 17 fucking...
Daisy.
What? God.
Huh.
You wanna get cancer?
How do I... How do I... Okay. 1 second, da look.
Sorry, čekaj mi pogledat. Tek sutra mi idemo spanje. Aj.
We'll try playing the medium, okay? The... What's
Ayu
it called?
never sleeps and neither...
The one that you have, the Polish one. We'll try playing that.
You want
I
a
don't
Polish
know
tank?
what that is.
It's a tank that is good at everything.
The CS50, whatever the fuck it's called.
53 or 44?
The tier 10 one.
Wait, why doesn't everybody play with the same?
Igras sa nekim strans.
Why would you play with the same?
Kakvi stranci? Ma kakvi vas ti cure i
Visual
momci iz
learning.
Hrvatske? Ma jok. They unironically think that you guys are strangers. every time, you know, the Milan eavesdrop, he says, "Oh, you're playing with some igraš nekim Amerikancima, vidio sam te." And I'm saying like, "Oh, no, you couldn't be more wrong, but who am I to tell him that he's stupid? Who am I?"
Man, you're stupid.
He is.
How do I look at my crew members?
Sto eni podnosis Milana.
Crew skills.
Zato što je gej koji me prati okolo. A tako.
J.A. Sam Mislio the St6 Dragari.
Yes. I'm friend with him when he's
Znatel is Poro de
not
Lista.
following me around.
He follows you around?
Yes, he is. We're talking about Milan.
Yes.
You know the pedal that follows me?
My favorite.
Thanks. Brother. Maxed out lightning resist. Lucky.
Let's see.
Who goes there? Browse as long as
Why would you
Gasham
do that,
puts
though?
this to use.
I looked at what people take for the Concept 5. I looked at skills fucking set up the fucking retarded Lithuanian, and he went concealment on this time. Why the fuck would he go concealment?
Which tank?
I'll unburden you.
The Concept 5.
Is it like a stealth stat or something?
Oh wait, they buffed concealment. Insane. Wait, what? I didn't read it. Danny, do you know what the new concealment does?
What?
When fully trained for all crew members, increase vehicle concealment by 80%.
Oh.
So you disappear from
Is that
enemy
worth it?
sight? Is that it?
No, it's how well you stay hidden.
Yeah, like after you shoot, how much distance someone can spot you from. The better concealment, the closer he has to be to you to spot you.
Okay.
It's probably good, but it's probably good for things that already have a lot of concealment to begin with.
Yeah.
So if your base stat is bad, so there is no point like buffing it?
Yeah, so if you're not heavy tank, there's no point.
Like if you have 2% concealment and you get 80% shit and you become something like 4%, and then it's basically
So it's not that good.
yeah, it depends on the tank. You're either a good tank at concealment or you got a bad tank at concealment.
How the fuck do I go? What? Why does this guy look like a faggot? I don't like it.
Taste eye exploitation. Welcome to my channel. Cheap viewers on Streambu.com remove the space nvtcore.
Just give me a second, okay? I'm training my crew. It takes a while because it's all fucking slow as shit. But no, I want this.
Joseph. Explain to Adela why could you maybe put a fucking turbocharger on the fucking K before KTTS?
Because he's
definitely
fucking
gonna
good.
understand how to play the game.
You can pimp your tank to go faster.
But they put turbocharge in fucking everything, man.
So how fast do you go?
Instead of going the
40?
glorious speed of
20?
no, hear me out. Instead of going the glorious speed of 27, you go the glorious speed of 28 forward now. Kilometers per hour. Top speed, probably only
So-
reachable downhill.
With upgrades?
Yeah, with the upgrade that costs about a quarter of the tank.
How do I look at tank stats now?
I have no idea. Do you like the UI? You used to be able to see all
I
the
have,
stats
I
on
have,
the right side, but
I
now
have,
not.
to, I have to press space to see. I mean, yeah, I have to press space to see it. Okay. Let me just skip the warm up. I don't want to warm up.
You know what's funny? I actually put the turbo on the Kezlowski and I put the fucking thing that does extra damage on, what do you call it, when you rampy.
Invited.
And it fucking works.
Well, maybe because I'm playing on a new account, I won't play against tryhards. Because on my main account, I have 6k fucking MMR.
Maybe.
No, doesn't that?
Doesn't the MMR only count on ranked though?
Should use.
No,
I
So
don't-
stay sure
MMR
and
on-
pick
on
your
like
side.
Why does it?
If you're hyped
I
for
mean,
this
if
and
there's
want
no
to stay in the
MMR,
loop
why
with
does the
all
MMR
things
go
Hunt
down and up
Showdown, make sure to
based on how
like,
you play?
comment, and subscribe for more updates,
idea.
breakdowns, and guides.
Come hang
don't
out with
like
me
it.
and the community over on Twitch. I stream Monday to Friday.
From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, she's
Thanks
back.
for watching, and I'll see you in the bayou, or 6 feet under.
If I know how to, I don't know how.
You click the thing at the bottom left, the party.
It doesn't say anything in my thing.
Now?
Oh, here.
Good. And now we'll play like rats.
Ranked and Dead
Because
by
both of
Daylight
you-
has been one
me
of
and
the
you are,
biggest
like,
requests
snipers,
a lot of
basically.
players had over
I have
the
no idea how to
years,
play
with its
mediums, I
very
never
loose
played them in my life,
matchmaking
so
and
this is
the
gonna be
threat
fun.
of anti-competitive settlements making its way into the game. A group of
Why is
players have
everyone
started
playing
their own
Tank
ranked
Destroyer?
DBD server, which is currently going viral. There are also a lot of other games like
There's one
Counter-Strike
It's
who
like
have a more
100 people
competitive
playing.
ranked mode made by the community, such
Danny,
as
where the fuck do I go on the
Faceit,
Karelia
and
map?
Dead
I
by
hate this
Daylight
fucking
does
map.
seem to be the next one. In the
the
DVD
middle?
ranked
The third
server,
one
you
with
can
the big
queue
ass
up
lake in the
either
middle.
with your
Yeah,
free-made
I
friends
think I go
or
to the
as
hills,
a
no?
solo, with random players
go
who
to
are
either
also
side,
wanting
bro.
to play
You-
ranked
you go to either
DVD.
side.
I tried ranked
I
DVD
never
first
fucking
with
like
my
it.
friends, then Anna and Spitz,
I guess
and
we'll go up
after
here.
that completely
Up there.
solo with
How do I
players
ping?
I
How do I
never
change
met
the
before. I
ammo?
How do I
hope
ping?
you enjoy.
Press
Wait, check 5?
one.
You don't change
Why am I
it.
on one?
Yes, check 5, check 5.
You don't need to.
I'm spotted them.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna go like
What do you
3.
call it?
I need it.
Fucking
No,
basic.
back. They're going 3.
Am I lagging? No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm moving shot.
Sees me.
No, please take 8.
Sees you for you.
Holy
He's on
shit,
me, yeah.
playing a wheeled tank is so
You have
weird.
to take shot top side.
It feels like you're lagging.
You can't remember the spot.
Yes.
Bro, what is he doing? It's existing.
I almost flipped.
I've got set up.
Yeah, good shit. Keep full chase to top side. We
Okay,
are doing
okay.
4 and 8.
Oh, I'm dead.
No, I get it.
No.
Okay.
Look at my
Well, man.
It's probably gonna be rapid.
Cool.
Nice.
Oh, I actually have to loop this pallet.
He's shooting piss at me. I'm in a medium tank.
Yes.
Did you
Just
get the
pick
drop?
that guy and shoot
Yeah,
him.
I did.
I can't
We should pop.
because the shit is following up, down, up, down.
Aim.
Go back that.
Aim down the
I might
side.
die pallet, yeah.
But shit.
Ow.
Actually?
Mhm.
You can also like with your soul.
I don't think it's us. No, I don't.
Germany. Cry. To the head.
Try
Bro,
not
it's
to
about to
die.
get hard sauce.
Yeah, you can take one hit. Two shot.
I'm on the filler. You
Okay, okay. Oh, wait.
Kinda
Can you come
easy
back?
to say when I don't know what's
Okay, okay.
happening.
Check.
Okay, okay.
W side.
I was
Nice,
trying to
nice,
fight
cool.
these niggas.
Just wait for Kurat.
Yeah, but they are
Okay,
better.
where with the shark, I guess?
I'm gonna send the filler.
I can't. I'm
Only
playing.
when you pull it,
I
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I can drop shock pod for you.
Oh, they
Speeds,
kinda push
go
me.
reset you down on 2.
I'm on 12.
Okay, I'm going shack. You need to drop the pallet for
Then
me.
we're being pushed.
Behind me, Spitz.
I got stunned.
That's fine.
It's
Is he on you?
No,
Bro, I'm getting weak linked. That's crazy.
Did I not
Okay.
hit
I'm
him? I
lost.
don't get it.
Okay.
Does it say?
Bro, this tank is fun to play. I like this.
I pop.
Where am I
I'm gonna
supposed to aim? I don't understand what happened.
Aim at their weak
Two men reset
spots.
me, left and chance.
I don't know what's
Where it's
going on.
green.
Two men reset me. Chuck is dropped.
If it's like
Yeah.
green, it means you can punish it. Oh, you died.
I don't understand it.
Guess we have 12.
Well, I can
and
stream
mid
it.
two.
Yeah.
No, I don't need
You
your
can do 12, I'm
stream.
down two. You play for pull speeds.
But you want me to teach you, no?
That's
I
not
found that
gonna
with
help.
the
Oh, look, a boom,
I
boom,
can take
kill
another tech soon,
somebody, leave. No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
that's too much. I
Well,
asked
maybe I
him
get the
where
bonus
to
if
shoot.
we get lucky.
Tell me
No.
no.
No, just try to play safe. Did he break shot?
You should have
No,
to
he
shoot
didn't
them in
break
the
shot.
sides
He
or
broke,
the
like,
top of the
almost nothing.
turret. You know, like
I don't
there's
think he broke a single powers
small
in this
spots you
entire
can.
test.
I
He's
wanted to
definitely
show you
on
what
Spritz
I
right now?
mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna run it. I have like my game fucking
Well,
like.
that's too complicated.
nice.
Just aim at the tank and if it doesn't pen, you shoot
I
him
gotta go
again
to it.
eventually.
It never pens. I dealt
I'm going to
probably
go to it.
0 damage. He killed
Let me
me. I
reset you,
don't
get on 3 after.
understand
I'll
it.
play for pull, get on 3. I'm gonna do 2 until he dies.
Everything has a weak spot.
Yeah, look, you can either try aiming at the bottom of the thing. I'm gonna show you after the game. I can't explain. You're not gonna understand. I need to show
No
it to you.
stream. Where are you? I'm watching you. What is it gonna show me?
Well, I'll stream.
Here for a story. Here we are. I'll ask Shambrin
You
about
watching?
this one.
Yes.
Okay, so you see this guy for an instance, right?
Yeah.
You should try aiming for like down here, where you see like the
Okay.
thing on top of his head, like here. You should be
Okay.
able to finish with that. But
Okay.
it depends what the tank is. So yeah, like under down here, sometimes like here to the side, like the corner, right? Like here, you should be able to pun them. On some tanks, not all of them.
Then how you gonna play?
Oh, he's a nerd. Don't worry.
No, that's how I played. See, I hit nothing.
I missed.
Yeah, that's how I play, and I don't understand. I missed the 5 shots in a row when
You're-
I target him.
Yeah, you're allowed
As
to
a
miss.
mix-in.
Don't worry.
See, you hit him, but you apparently didn't hit him. How does this game work?
It ricochet.
It ricocheted. Yeah.
What is that?
It's like when
It's
I hit
just
him like
bounce.
here, like you see here. So it's like a very steep angle, you know. So the shell hit him there, and it just flew away, basically.
So how are you supposed to hit him? I don't understand.
You
So it
you
wouldn't
just
be-
shoot and hope
See?
for the best.
So yeah, I shot him down there. See the damage.
Young one. I will
It's
tell
like
your
skipping
tale.
stones. If you don't want it to skip, you throw it directly into the water. If you want it to skip, which you don't want it to in this game, you don't throw it at an
I've
angle.
got some Hmm.
Wait, that's
You're
a...
supposed to play like this, like a faggot?
Yeah, everybody
Yeah.
plays like that.
Is there
It's not
any
fair.
other class or anything I can play that wouldn't be like faggot like this? I don't like this faggot.
No,
Scout.
you
Scout.
can only play the heavy tank.
Ah, scout. Go fast.
What's a heavy
Just-
tank?
It's the can opener.
Oh, what's scout?
You,
You can't. Scout is way too hard.
You-
You
you-
literally go into a
you go
bush and
fast.
and don't do anything.
you go fast.
No,
like a
you have to
suicide.
camp bushes. As a scout, you do nothing.
You can swap the threads for the wheels, right? And you can go faster than any other thing.
No, you can't.
You can't? They disable that?
No, there's only one tank that actually has wheels in the game. It's the French light
Yeah,
tanks.
yeah. It's like a fucking armor car.
Yeah, it's the French ones.
So everybody else is driving a tank, you're driving literally a car.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
I didn't see anyone.
So you don't have
Danny,
to
where should I go?
play like a faggot. You can, do your own thing.
I don't like it. It's annoying.
Oh, that's a
Well, then
gameplay.
we shouldn't play all the tanks.
That's a gameplay.
Why? Why is there no fast-pacing thing than you going in, shoot
But this
out,
is really
in, out,
fast-paced.
in, out, in, out. That's all you do. You peek around corner, drive 1 meter out of the corner to shoot him and go back behind corner.
Yeah.
That's diabolical. I would go bald playing this.
That's
Look, peeks out, shoots, fastly drives back. Damn, what a game.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, do it again, do it again. Oh, peeks out. Bam! Behind the rock. How did they not see you even? Are they retarded? What? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, we won this game.
Yay!
Did you
Yes.
survive it though?
No, I died, but doesn't matter. I did 4k damage. It's not that bad.
Oh, go.
This guy's called Rambo! Rambo! Why is this tank? I've never seen this. Danny, what is this thing?
What
Rambo!
Is it Rambo or Rombo?
It's
Rambo,
just a skin troll.
No. That's Romanian Rambo.
Yes, it's a Romanian.
What do I do now?
Nothing. Do you wanna try playing the can opener?
Anyways,
No.
have fun.
Oh,
Good night then.
bye.
Okay, if you don't wanna play this, what else you wanna play?
No, I'll play this tank, which is really faggot behavior, but it's okay.
Well, what are you supposed to do? Just stand in the open, wait for them to shoot you, and that's it?
No, but it's not. It doesn't seem like that thing. Just drive back and forth.
So you want active gameplay?
Yes, I want.
Well, you
active
don't.
game.
Well, you don't have to do that. You can go on the other side of the map and try to move around.
Wrong gameplay, I guess.
You know. What the?
What?
You're stupid.
No.
I don't know what the fuck is that.
Why?
Because it's like I have an ad on my phone. It's just giving me random shit.
Listen, folks. Good luck.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm not gonna interrupt you anymore.
Good night,
Yes,
Snake.
Yes.
everyone leaves.
No. We're gonna leave you alone. That's it. That's будущее. Ой. Čekaj zauzet. Yeah. There we go.
He thinks he's doing six.
Might go P.
Why does he want me? What the hell?
He's on you, hands on you, hands on
Ha,
you.
bro!
I'm getting the ping.
I'm getting weak linked, that's crazy.
Can you go towards Shack hands soon? Because then Dan can pop your gen, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, go to Shack. Reset speed instantly, and speed can go help, and I'll go finish 3.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna watch Shaq, I'm gonna get hit though.
Nice.
I mean, he kinda has to... He's actually playing around Shaq, okay? Yeah.
Speed is coming to help you soon from it.
Okay.
I have 3 sticks
I need-
and I don't know what is.
I need hit now. Dan?
I'm
Dan?
coming from 3, coming from 3.
Okay,
So
okay.
we have dumpster
Okay.
filler, we have dumpster
Yeah,
filler.
yeah. I'm going now.
He's gonna shot? No, okay, you can drop that now.
I can
We
drop
might commit, we might commit. No, on hands, on hands. Just go finish Triana, go finish Triana.
I am.
Committing hands, I'm gonna
Hands
stack.
on as well. He's committing. Window. Bolting inside.
Yeah, bro, I don't know what he's doing good. Okay.
You wanna wrap around this? Maybe?
Yeah.
Go down. No, Anna is not there. She's stay here, I guess.
Okay. To the other pallet, Come to this one.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna prevent.
Or you can even go through, right? I'm gonna go around, you go through. Okay. That's fine.
You have metal, no, after this hit?
No, I need one more.
Maybe we pop lost. Nobody's banned, so.
Okay.
I might shock us. If he comes to us, you have to hit me. Okay, never mind, he's not coming to
Do
us.
you think another player is gonna shoot?
Where's no one left behind?
Yeah, bro!
It's
Dude, the
Anna.
ladder hate is generational. That's crazy.
I'm opening gate 4, Anna, help hands.
I can be hit on somewhere.
No, just help me, man. 4 is open, 4 is
I got drop.
Nice.
I pallet. Wait,
Can you guys take it?
I make, right? Wait.
Take it for him.
No, I'm gonna go through Shaq. I have to.
No.
Reset.
Oh.
I can reset.
Yeah. But he's just gonna keep me here.
Shocking,
Yeah.
He's coming to take a hit, and then he has Metal of Man, so like he can kind of be happy.
What is he doing? He's swift
Wait,
on
he's
me.
inside check? Bro, what's he doing? Wait, this is... Bro. Give me, like, once we... Yeah, we can stay around here until they heal.
Heal me.
I mean, we have infinite time, right?
I mean, here's no stopping, so you can just heal even if it takes 10 minutes, but we are gonna get it eventually.
No,
I mean, you can shock, but...
You can collapse.
I mean, we get it, no?
We don't have infinite time.
Okay. I mean,
you guys can block him in. Like, there's no way.
What is it?
By the...
6.
Just try to be full candy, please. Try to be full candy. Try to like fully block him, like be brain dead block, you know? Maybe he thinks he can two-tap you. You have Metal of Man.
Mark.
No, I can't.
One hope you must say.
Troll hatch, I guess. Dude, Frosty is fine, no? Yeah, leave. Dude, are you gonna play Killer Spits? I mean, I could also play. To be fair.
I mean, if you want to play, you can play.
Okay, no, fine. Frosty is, I think, is definitely doable.
Okay, lock in. First stage is not easy if they play it correct.
Split already. Setup session. Yes. I don't think I want to go for that. I mean, I can go for fresh hits anyway. Let's go, my bad.
Nice.
He knows how to play against the doctor.
He's running to the region. There's window, but it's garbage if he holds.
Yeah, he's just stuck inside.
They're hit taking, that's perfect. You should switch. Okay.
Bro!
Wait, he's staying.
Bro, wait, what is that? Just gonna chase him now.
Maybe even go for him.
Yeah, well. I'm gonna call it out. He's gonna from distance. No, what? Okay, bro's existing.
Another placing for everyone.
Oh my god.
I'm not faking this time, buddy.
Nice.
Like the pen was down.
No. Alright, we're fucking this. Okay. No, say snapped out. Wait a second. Why? I mean, I can fuck it. Oh, fuck it, this. Okay.
Wait, she's doing the gen, what? Okay. Well.
Injured.
Wait, where are we going? It's... I'm not getting safe here though, but that's okay. I mean, they need to hit tank this, right? Do they not? Okay. Now can I lose my gen setup if I don't know?
Yeah, I mean, if you hook this near, you win.
When did she go wrong?
Oh. Did she fake it? Yeah, she did.
She faked it, what? Okay. Crazy.
Sense.
Shit. Okay. Taking hits, I mean, that's fine. That's why with this build.
Why didn't I win con? Renatus on the one.
I mean, if you hook ace, it's win as well. No? Wait, yeah. Hooking ace or near is win.
Oh, bro.
Only playing for a comment.
I mean, okay, drop it. Drop it, you lose, bro.
Bobby?
Did they get picked? No. Go.
You could just leave him still, go for a NATO. Not right flank it.
True. Actually, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. You're not wrong. 1, 2, 3. Wait a second. Okay, okay. Wait, this is like insane freedom, actually.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, he's gonna rotate around the main though. I mean, he will obviously need to snap out. She's playing so aggressive.
I mean, she's just... Okay.
Yeah, if she gets tapped, then it's GG for them.
She could get tapped, it's rapid save. They have no jump progress. She can take it now. All injured. Nice. Do you still have penalties on her? I think you do.
Actually,
Not
no,
sure.
I think I used it.
No, you
I used
don't.
it.
Yeah, you wasted.
Yeah, now we 4K. Wait, are they that far? No shots. No, downs. Oh, it's well watching.
No way they would have popped.
They're exciting.
No, they were stacking. They thought they could pop, I think.
No, bro.
Oh,
No
Can you shoot
chance.
every single gen with range shot on this
Actually, probably. Dude, honestly, I can sit in the middle, no?
Yeah, you
If I ever hook.
them up.
Yeah,
So
wait,
annoying.
you get the hook and you... Oh my god, wait.
Yeah, wait. Bro, this is so stupid. Yeah, I can just shot main. Yo, anyone main?
That's very fun gameplay. for them.
Anyone at home, bro?
Nice gameplay.
I mean, they definitely got a reset. I can give it to them, though. It doesn't matter that much. I mean, it's like, I can just stay here and win.
Do I drag Jiggy as well? Or?
I guess.
He's lonely in this thing.
I mean, does he want to get dragged? Maybe he wants to go different VC.
Okay.
Oh no, I mean, with the Yemen, you want to get dragged.
Yes, drag him, bro.
Okay, drag G.
I think Alf is dead. Yo!
Dude.
Yeah, one of them was
Chill.
Demon X.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's called.
One of them was. Who's
But
the
he was
Russian
not
guy?
cheating,
Bro.
bro. Sorry, play versus him, it didn't feel like it.
Oh, I'm watching.
The one
I
that's
don't know,
known as
this is
Katana.
cooking.
Maybe he did before.
Oh, he make that.
Rapid is so strong. It's very
Rapid
rapid.
No, bro.
insane, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, that part is actually stupid, no? I swear.
Yeah,
It's,
on this
it's
killer,
so
yeah,
satisfying.
Yeah,
He is.
I mean, it's
Like-
not stupid, it makes the killer playable, you know?
Yeah, GG.
Have you tried batteries?
I'm not going. Do we have to play killer again? Is that how it works?
Yeah, now it's you, now it's you only, now it's you only.
Oh shit, it's me on Oni against ladder players. Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Alright. What build do you use?
You can take Poppy Russian Painers or you can take PAM instead of Pop. It's up to you.
Poppy Russian painters. Okay, I'm done. Do I need corrupt? No, I'm joking.
I'm not joking, no corrupt is also like not bad.
You mean like this, right?
Yeah, like that, yes.
Oh, that's so
But,
jiggy though. That's so jiggy.
Yeah, like then you're expecting to get a gnarly tag or like have a lot of pressure.
I don't know if I have enough ego for that. I think I get rid of Pop, right? If I want Bam.
Yeah. If it's
Okay.
PAM, it's instead of Pop.
Bro, obviously they spawn
Of course, they spawn mine.
always, bro. Dude, I feel like that decides so much on this map, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it does.
Like, especially on Huntress, that's so annoying. Are you splitting those two, right? Surely. Oh, the Buck Godwalk RNG, though. Gonna be peak annoying.
Because Graham Chapman was the wildest of the pythons off screen. Brilliant, yes, but unpredictable. By the end of Holy Grail, his drinking had become a serious problem. Missed cues, slurred lines, unsteady feet. So when it came time to play the accidental messiah in Life of Brian, Chapman did something radical. He quit. Cold turkey. No halfway. No excuses. He gave up alcohol entirely, determined to prove that he could lead the film without falling apart. And then, fate threw him a curveball. They were filming in Tunisia, in blistering desert heat. The crew was melting. Cast members were fainting. Foodborne illness swept the set. Chapman, who'd trained as a doctor before comedy ever entered the picture, stepped in. He wasn't just delivering lines anymore. He was checking pulses, handing out advice, treating stomach bugs, and quietly holding the shoot together behind the scenes. He showed up as the lead and became the caretaker. The irony? The guy who once couldn't hold his drink ended up holding everyone else upright. Number 16. From the outside, it looked like blasphemy. From the inside, it was something very different. Before they ever wrote a scene, the Pythons made one thing clear. Jesus was off limits, not because they feared backlash, but because they respected him. They watched documentaries, read the Gospels, and came to the same quiet decision. Jesus wasn't funny. His words were sincere. His message was clear. He wasn't a figure of ridicule. He was a figure of peace. So they drew a line. Life of Brian wouldn't make fun of the man himself. It would satirize everything around him. The mobs, the politics, the hysteria, the blind obedience. As Eric Idle put it, what he's saying isn't mockable. It's very decent stuff. That choice sharpened the film's blade, because instead of cheap shots, the satire had purpose. Instead of mocking faith, it exposed fanaticism. And decades later, that restraint is what gave Life of Brian its power. They didn't go after divinity. They went after absurdity. And they nailed it, to the wall. Number 17. As the protests mounted and bans rolled in, the Pythons weren't surprised, but they were frustrated by the accusations, because most of the loudest critics hadn't even seen the film. Terry Jones described it as the history of the church in 3 minutes. Eric Idle said they weren't mocking Christ, just the people who misused his teachings. To them, the real crime wasn't blasphemy. It was the unwillingness to engage with what the film was actually saying. So they fired back, not with defense, but with clarity. It's not blasphemy, it's heresy. And in true Python fashion, they wore the outrage like a badge of honor.
Anybody else feel like a little giggle when I mention my friend, Dickus? Dickus! What about you? Do you find it risible when I say the name Dickus? Dickus?
Annie
He has
Johns.
a wife, you know.
Welcome to my
You know
channel.
what she's called? Incontinentia. Incontinentia buttocks.
Number 18. When your movie gets banned across countries, how do you respond? If you're Monty Python, you turn it into a tagline. In Sweden, Life of Brian hit theaters under a new title. The film's so funny, it was banned in Norway. Not only did it poke fun at the absurdity of censorship, it made the controversy part of the joke. And it worked. Audiences showed up not despite the bans, but because of them. Proof that satire sells, especially when it's been told not to. Number 19. It shouldn't have worked. The Pythons lost their studio days before filming. Religious groups were already calling it blasphemy before they'd seen a single frame. And once it hit theaters, cities banned it, countries banned it, even towns without theaters banned it. And yet, the film exploded. Life of Brian cost around $4 million to make, much of it fronted by George Harrison, who literally mortgaged his house to save the movie. Everyone assumed it would flop. Too weird, too risky, too offensive. But something strange happened. The backlash became buzz. The protests became publicity. And suddenly, the film was the movie everyone had to see. Audiences showed up in droves, laughing, debating, rewatching. It grossed over $20 million in its initial run, multiplying its budget 5-fold and launching it straight into cult legend. All the censorship, all the panic, it didn't kill the film. It made it immortal. Number 20. Decades later, the arguments hadn't died down, so BBC4 created Holy Flying Circus, a surreal, fictionalized look at the backlash that followed Life of Brian. It wasn't a dry documentary, it was a strange, layered reimagining of how satire, faith, and fear collided. The film depicted interviews, debates, and internal Pythonesque chaos, stirring up the same questions all over again. Was it disrespect or righteous rebellion? Even after 30 years, Life of Brian was still doing what it did best, starting uncomfortable conversations with a smile. Bonus fact, leave it to Monty Python to turn even death into a punchline. When Graham Chapman passed away in 1989, the troupe didn't mourn him with silence. They roasted him, literally. At a 1998 Python reunion at the Aspen Comedy Festival, the surviving members gathered on stage for a tribute. A solemn urn sat beside them, until suddenly, they knocked it over. Ashes spilled, gasps echoed. Then came the chaos. Eric Idle shouted, John Cleese cursed. And in true Python fashion, they revealed the whole thing was a bit, complete with a second ceremony where Chapman's actual ashes were loaded into a cannon and blasted into the sky. Not buried, not scattered, launched. Because if you were a Python, your send-off wasn't a eulogy. It was one final gag. One final irreverent, explosive, unforgettable joke for the man who once played Brian and refused to stay grounded. Life of Brian was never meant to play it safe. It challenged institutions. It confused censors. It made the faithful furious, and then made them laugh anyway. It proved that blasphemy isn't always disrespect. Sometimes it's honesty in disguise. So if this one made you uncomfortable, or made you laugh harder than you expected, drop a comment. Tell us what bold, ridiculous classic we should resurrect next. Because 2,000 years later, we're still laughing at the same mob, still asking the same questions, still searching for meaning in the madness. Comedy doesn't just push boundaries, it exposes the truth hiding behind them.
Should pale death with treble dread make the ocean caves our bed. God, who hears the surges roll, deign to save our suppliant soul. To 4 weeks.
In 1801, a lighthouse which had stood there since 1775 was home to a tragedy that would go on to reform lighthouse keeper policy, where one of the 2 wickies stationed there lost his life after suffering for weeks on end following injuries sustained from a freak accident. The 2 men were never known to get along, and out of fear that if he threw the corpse into the ocean he would be accused of murdering the other, the surviving wickie decided to build a coffin and place it on a shelf on the outside of the keeper's hut, but the strong weather of the Welsh oceanside broke the makeshift coffin, causing the dead man's arm to dangle in front of the window in the keeper's hut, and when the winds would blow, it would appear to the isolated man that the arm was beckoning to him, and he had to man the station on his own while dealing with this haunting image until he was relieved by the next set of wickies, and by all accounts, the experience made him nearly unrecognizable to those who knew him. Following the incident, policy was changed to make it so that 3 wickies would be appointed at the same time instead of 2. Max Eggers had been working on an adaptation of an unfinished short story written by Edgar Allan Poe, which he'd begun near the end of his life. It was never finished, but it was about a sole lightkeeper and his dog, told through the perspective of entries in his keeper's log, and it seemed to hint of some ghostly secret in the walls of the tower itself and the eerie waves of the ocean outside, but Poe died before anything could be expanded on. Max was struggling to find a way to bring his screenplay to completion, and when he and his brother Robert were having dinner one night, he talked about the idea he'd been working with. Robert was in a discouraged spot with his prospects in the film industry at the time, having recently been rejected for funding on his first film, The Witch, and he was immediately drawn in by Max's idea of a ghost story in a lighthouse, and so the 2 began developing the story together, pulling from maritime folklore, Greek mythology, and the insanity of isolation. During his research, Robert read about the Smalls lighthouse tragedy and found a lot of potential for the exploration of identity when he found that both men were named Thomas. The brothers completed the screenplay after a hiatus while Robert was working on The Witch, and its massive success gave him a lot more betting chips when it came to what he would do next, making funding the lighthouse a much easier venture than his first feature.
Boredom makes men to villains, and the water goes quick, lad. Vanished.
The Lighthouse, released in 2019 and was Robert Eggers' second feature-length film, proving once again the value that his commitment to research, historical accuracy, and stunning artistry, both in his cinematographic collaboration with Jaron Blaschke, as well as the Shakespearean writing and dialogue, which results in an incredibly dreamy and immersive film. While The Witch was shot digitally for budgetary reasons, The Lighthouse had a budget that allowed Eggers to go about production in his preferred way by shooting on film. Cinematographer Jaron Blaschke had to fight a bit with the studio to let them shoot the film in black and white and in such an unorthodox aspect ratio, as there were concerns about this decision negatively impacting the commercial appeal, but they eventually allowed it to happen. While the film takes place off the coast of Maine, it was in Cape Fourcheux where the 70-foot lighthouse the film would take place in was built by the local Nova Scotian crew, which was a hell of a time getting through considering how brutal the weather in the Maritimes can be, and that's especially so since they were constructing it in the winter and they're right on the water. In my humble opinion, this is one of the most eternally fascinating movies ever made. The slow descent into Lovecraftian horror and bewildering insanity, partnered with an incredibly distinct visual style and 2 of the greatest performances you'll ever see, is one of the most unique and compelling experiences out there. And Despite having seen it numerous times since its release, I find myself completely recontextualizing the story with every little detail that I may have missed or failed to connect on a previous viewing. It's right up there with my favorite movies of all time, and while I love all of Eggers' work and my preference moment to moment is very mood dependent, The Lighthouse is the movie that I find the most fascinating, and it may be the shortest I think it's time for another viewing cycle that I'm on for any movie, like ever. So with that in mind, let's take a look at Robert Eggers' 2019 film, The Lighthouse. By the way, there are chapters in this video just because it's going to be a very long one, so if there's any particular portion you want to hear about, make sure to make use of those.
How long have we been on this rock? 5 weeks? 2 days? Where are we? Help me to recollect.
This is a really difficult movie to talk about since it's so bizarre and so much of what happens is open to interpretation. So I figure before we get too much into the narrative side of things, I'm going to talk about the style and tone since that's such a huge focal point for Eggers. Hell, he even said that the first thing that comes to mind for him when a story is born is a tone or a setting, and then he builds a story out around that atmosphere. So it seems a rather fitting way to approach a discussion about his work. As with The Witch, Eggers and his cinematographer Jaron Blasky shot in a taller aspect ratio than what most films would be. The initial plan was to film in the same 1:6:6 ratio that The Witch had been, but after Blasky slyly joked about them going for the 1:19 ratio that was common during the time when films were transitioning into using sound, and I have a very strong feeling that Blasky knew exactly what he was doing when he made that joke, because they agreed that it would be the best fit for the movie's tone and setting. Taller aspect ratios can help to emphasize feelings of claustrophobia and also do a better job at capturing height, both of which are important for this film as the isolation of these two men is the focus of the story, and we also have this 70-foot lighthouse towering over them the whole time, and going with this nearly square aspect ratio really helps to make those two core elements feel as potent as they possibly can. Blasky and Eggers are both sticklers for authenticity, both in terms of the sets, costume design, and language, but also in terms of the equipment they use to shoot these stories. So, The Lighthouse was shot using Eastman XX5 222 black and white film stock, which was introduced back in 1959, and the idea was to try and reflect the visual style of orthochromatic film. While this film stock definitely gave the sort of look Blasky wanted, the downside of it is its light sensitivity, which is much lower than a lot of other film stocks, and meant that in order to properly light these scenes with the right contrast, the amount of on-set lighting that was required was so intense that people were wearing sunglasses on set, and during the scenes when Dafoe and Pattinson are sitting at a table, they often couldn't see each other because they were blinded by this 600-watt halogen light used for the lamp between them. Multiple old-fashioned lenses from the early 1900s and the 1930s were used, some of which were strange leftovers Panasonic dug up and thought Blasky might want, which sounds like the happiest day in the life of an antique film gear nerd like him. And they also used filters to remove the red wavelengths from bleaching the camera lens, which darkens any reds that would otherwise pick up just fine, and having two pale white dudes on a seaside in Nova Scotia is gonna make them have a hell of a lot of red on their faces, which is what gives them this weathered look. Another effect of these filters is that the blues get brightened, so even on days when the sky was blue and nice on set, it picks up completely blown out and white in the final product, making the sky itself feel so bleak, like dead beechwood washed up on the shoreside. That sort of color filtering was used in a really cool dynamic way at the end of the movie when Young finally reaches the light, where they had a cyan filter over the light to make the blood on his face look inky black, and then swapped it out for a red one to make the blood look like it's fading away while they turned the brightness on it all the way up. It's a psychotic moment that we'll talk about more later, but for now I just wanted to mention how great that effect is. We can talk all day about the technicalities behind how the film's look was achieved, but I'm going to try and avoid doing that so I don't make the most indulgent video I'll ever make. The result of all this thought put into the film's style is nothing less than stunning, both because of the overall look of the movie thanks to the gear and lighting effects that were used, but also because of the painting-like composition of the film's photography. I mentioned in my video about The Witch that the style of that film really reminded me of Andrew Wyeth's paintings, so imagine my excitement when Eggers name-dropped Wyeth as an inspiration for the visuals in The Lighthouse in the director's commentary. That inspiration from paintings isn't something that's simply a stylistic thing. The Sasha Schneider painting Hypnosis is very clearly recreated here, which is directly tied into one of the film's themes of repressed affection between men, since Schneider was a gay man and had to hide that considering he was born in 1870. There are countless images in this movie that look like old orthochromatic photos or charcoal drawings, like something you'd see hung up in an old fishing gear shop on the coast. I will fully admit that a huge reason I find the look and feel of this movie so compelling is because the landscape and architecture are very homey to me as someone who grew up in the Maritimes, so seeing seagulls fly around these old volcanic rocks and looking at the chipped white paint of these buildings is something that makes me feel warm and cozy. But hey, the whole movie feels very surreal, but the way that they went about capturing the scenes that lean even further into that dreamy and strange feeling is incredible, with moments like when Young is drawn into the ocean by the logs calling back to something from his backstory, having such an insanely potent sense of surreality. The strong flickering moonlight on the inky black ocean waves, and then the insanely unsettling first look at the siren lurking in the water. It's so eerie. My collar really does not want to stay down, does it? I've had to flip this back up about 10 times. There's something very specific about the feeling of being tucked away on a rock far off in the ocean in these old buildings with the rain coming down on an oppressively dark night, the wind blowing through the air and bringing about creaks in the building. That looming sense of something strange lurking in the ocean just outside, completely unknowable and silent but sure in its presence. It's absolutely gripping. The scenes where they share dinner together with the kerosene lantern between them, casting these massive and harsh shadows through the room. The isolation and lack of score in these scenes makes their voices seem so much more booming and strange, and much like these men find the burning light at the top of the tower utterly enchanting, I feel the same about the atmosphere built up in the film. It's one of those movies where if I'm gonna watch it, I always make sure that it's at night with the lights off, with nothing around to distract me, and preferably on a stormy night. The use of visual storytelling is also incredibly well handled here, like for example when the axe in the table is stuck right above Old's head as a little bit of foreshadowing for what's going to happen the following morning. Another incredibly important element of the film's tone is the sound design, which does such a fantastic job of sucking you into the isolated discomfort that these two wikis exist within. The steady hum of seagulls and ocean waves crashing on the rocks, the creaking of the buildings, and of course, throughout the entire movie, there is the constant reminder of the light hanging up there at the top of the tower as the foghorn blares out across the sea. After a while, you almost stop noticing it, and it helps to guide you into a near trance-like state, once again bringing to mind Sasha Schneider's painting titled Hypnosis. With all of that being said, I find it fascinating that perhaps the most memorable moment of the sound design is when it all falls away for a moment. After Young's confession about what happened before he came here, the rain fades to silence, the foghorn ceases to blare for the first time in the movie, and it feels like a massive turning point thanks to the suffocating moment of silence as we get these ethereal shots of the walk to the light before we hear the disembodied voice of Old break the quiet. Mark Corvin returned after doing the score for The Witch, once again bringing along his trusty and oh so coveted by yours truly Apprehension engine. I know you can buy them, they're just crazy expensive, and I may try and just make one someday. The Witch featured a very string-heavy score which fit the tone and folklore of the film very well, and this time around there's much more of a focus on brass, heavy percussion, and the use of conch shells to evoke the ancient Greek mythology of the film's story. Corvin is clearly very good at understanding how to write a score that reflects not only the tone of the film, but the setting as well, with his soundtrack here nearly feeling like the swell of the great waves in the sea at night. Strings are still used, but with more of an emphasis on cellos for the low end and foreboding sound. It's not just weird experimental sounds, to be clear, as part of what they wound up wanting to do was to try and make the score reminiscent of old school composition to match the movie's overall style, but with a more dreamy and strange wrapping for the whole thing. Corvin's scores are absolutely fantastic, and I'm very glad that he returned to do the music for this movie, as what he delivered is probably the most complimentary thing we could have asked for, perfectly capturing the strange and dark ethereal tone of the movie with deep roots of deception, disorientation, and isolation. It's incredible stuff. One of the things that I love so much about Eggers' films is how he goes about writing dialogue, with a lot of what we hear in The Witch being taken directly from period-relevant texts.
Must I hear the devil wag his tongue in thy mouth?
There is less of that one-to-one writing here, with the only thing close to that being the toast that Wake gives throughout the movie.
Should pale death with treble dread make the Ocean caves our bed, God who hears the surge's roll, deign to save the suppliant soul.
That was inspired by the poem Sailor's Hymn at Parting by Lydia Sigourney, very closely resembling the final few lines of her writing, but being altered to fit the film's story better. Aside from that, the film's dialogue is more so a product of the Eggers brothers getting quite comfortable with Shakespearean writing and knowing how to translate their stories into that sort of presentation. The most important source of research for the regional writing here was brought up by Eggers' wife, who discovered an author named Sarah Ornay Jewett. Jewett's focus on telling stories taking place in coastal Maine was a phenomenal resource for this film because of how she would interview locals in the region at the time and record directly what they said, which gave a lot of information to the Eggers about the specific dialect that would have been used during the period the story takes place in.
I'll find some chark in ye, lad. Now's the time for dabbing chatter.
Using their knowledge of Shakespearean writing as well as the interviews from Jewett's research, the dialogue crafted for this film is absolutely nothing less than astounding poetry.
Smell jism. Like rotten dick. Like curdled foreskin.
I said what I said. I could watch Defoe and Pattinson sit at a table and converse in these characters forever. It's such evocative writing with very strong imagery. There are lines in this movie that I regularly quote. The insults are perfection as well, and I've incorporated a few of them into my lexicon.
You're a goddamn drunken, horse-shitting, short shit liar.
There's a lot going on in The Lighthouse, as you can tell by the fact that I haven't even talked about the story yet, and a lot of what happens is very symbolic and weird and hard to wrap your head around, and I think that the discussions around the film's meaning and whether or not it has any merit have overshadowed what I think is one of its best qualities. The Lighthouse is fucking hilarious.
A rare, a bloody steak. If I had a steak, I would fuck it.
In the director's commentary that Eggers did, he talked about how if he was gonna follow up The Witch, which was a very bleak and miserable movie, with another story about misery, he wanted to be able to laugh at it. So, fart jokes. That's almost verbatim, by the way. There are a lot of farts in this movie, and while I'm sure to some degree it's a way to show how old is asserting dominance over young, from the sounds of it, they're really just there to try and lighten things up a bit and add to the bizarre confusion of the movie's tone. This mixing of a very dark and serious mythological story about salvation and divine ascension with juvenile humor like that actually does help the overall story, since so much of it is meant to be disorienting and strange, so having those two tones present scene to scene makes it very hard to really know what you're meant to be feeling, but it doesn't feel dissonant or out of place at all. Part of why I love this movie so much is because of how much goddamn fun it is to watch these two characters interact.
Feel shame when you lie with a woman?
I ain't ashamed of nothing.
I will never not be beaming like a child on Christmas morning while watching Old get upset about Young saying he doesn't like his cooking, and then in response, Old goes into the most dramatic monologue you'll ever see, cursing Young with the spirits of the sea and the Greek gods.
For any stuff or part of Winslow, even any scantling of your soul, is Winslow no more.
It's one of my favorite scenes in all of film, and it's wildly impressive that Defoe did this entire monologue in one long take without blinking a single time. They do cut away from it for a moment to show Young's reaction, but what we see is a full one-shot of Defoe doing the whole thing.
All right, have it your way. I like your cooking.
Randomly yelling, "Hark!" has become a staple of my household because of this scene. The dance scene is another one of my favorites, where the two get absolutely fucking hammered and begin singing songs together before Old starts a big exciting jig and tells Young to dance as well with an urgency that is just hilarious.
Dance, Winslow! Dance!
Young is, despite what it may seem, actually singing a real song here and saying words. Robert Pattinson just sang it in the most unhinged possible way, and it absolutely fills me with joy. Well, with all that being said, what the the hell actually happens in this movie? It's important to establish when talking about the narrative here that this is not a movie that's meant to be entirely understood. Part of the film's purpose is to be weird and confusing and strange, placing you right in the shoes of someone losing their mind in isolation and becoming delusional. I've never felt much of an urge to try and fully understand everything that happens because not even the actors really knew, and Eggers wouldn't tell them. At one point, Pattinson asked Eggers whose perspective the movie was from, and I'm probably paraphrasing here, but his response was along the lines of, "Who do you think?" If the lead actors aren't even given stable ground to stand on, then I feel like it's safe to assume that this is meant to be a part of the movie. It's also worth noting that Eggers said this movie arguably doesn't even have a narrative, so that just goes further to show the point I'm trying to make. However, having seen the movie so many times, reading through the screenplay, researching some of the mythology that was referenced, and trying to interpret the absolutely incredible visual storytelling, I do have some thoughts, although they all still leave me with questions. It feels like Eggers was intentionally tempting the viewer to try and look deeper into the bizarre happenings in the movie by laying these seeds throughout that start to paint a picture, but then one detail will come up or you'll notice something be recontextualized earlier that doesn't fit in with what you thought was going on. Some viewers want a concrete and definitive answer to the thematic purpose of a film, and I have a feeling that if you feel this way, this movie might really frustrate you because I don't think it's ultimately there beyond whatever connections we personally draw. There's this general underlying story that I feel pretty good about, but it's amazing to me how depending on the angle that I look at the film from, almost every element can mean a different thing. What I'm gonna try and do here is go through the different ideas I have about the narrative and then see if there's a way that they can all coexist. The basis of the story is quite simple. We open on this amazing and foreboding shot of two wikis arriving to the lighthouse where they are to be stationed for the next 4 weeks. They don't know each other, but the older one has been working this lighthouse for a long time, and the younger one is fresh on the job. The screenplay only ever refers to them as old and young, outside of when they say each other's names in dialogue, and this approach to their names makes it very clear that we just have no idea what the hell is going on. One of the most important things that's established about Young almost right away is that he wants to try and gain access to things and be given privileges that he hasn't yet earned. The moment he walks inside, he tries to get into Old's locked desk, knowing that he's not meant to be snooping around there, and yet it takes him no time at all to try anyway, almost as if he feels like he's entitled to whatever is inside of it. That's important to set up right off the bat because throughout the movie, Young tries to get his way into the lighthouse itself, which Old is holding steadfast that it is his post and Young is a long ways away from being up there.
I'm the keeper of the station, lad. Some other station you can tend to like.
And whether it be the forbidden nature of it, sheer curiosity, or something else entirely, Young is absolutely locked on wanting to get up into the light itself. There are these little details like him leaving his cigarettes below the ladder into the light, almost like he's trying to claim the space for his own in some strange way that not even he realizes since he forgets them and has to go back to retrieve them at night. So I suppose it's important to try and look into what compels him so strongly to the light, and this is one of the simpler things to answer because it fits whether you look at the film from a supernatural perspective or from the point of view that we're just watching a descent into madness. The key lies very simply in how Old's last second described it.
He believed that there was some enchantment in the light. Salvation, said he.
The light sitting up there at the top of the tower represents just that. Salvation. Very early on we get this shot of Young working down below, and the camera pans up from the dark, dirty, and overwhelmingly loud base of the tower and slowly crawls up the spiraling staircase, winding up eventually at the ethereal light on the top, representing the urge to climb from the depths of hell into the light of heaven. Throughout the film, Young is shown working his way up the tower in one way or another, but never in the ideal manner, like how he lugs this massive kerosene can up the stairs. He winds up having to haul it all the way back down when Old tells him that it's dangerous to have this large can up here, and he's also shown that there are smaller cans meant for this exact situation. This represents how instead of taking the slow, patient, and proper way up, He's trying to force his way through this ascent without the proper care given. Then we have the scene later on when they're whitewashing the tower and Old is being very aggressive with the pulley, which eventually leads to it breaking and Young falls to the ground, once again being
Scarlett
sent back down to
Jones.
the bottom from his attempt
Welcome
at
to my
ascent. It's
channel.
worth noting here that they never even finished painting the tower, which makes it
No.
seem like Old just wanted to mess with him. It's made very clear as things go on and Young becomes more and more driven to get into the light that he feels very entitled to it, and there's a clear difference between how these two men view the light. Old is very protective, and when we see him up at the top following that shot of hell to heaven, he raises his cup to it. There's a reverence in the way Old sees the light, whereas there's an entitlement from Young who hasn't earned his way up yet, which, as was established earlier when he tried to break into Old's desk, is something that's not unique to this situation. It also ties directly into Young's backstory that gets revealed after a while, where he admits that he's been lying about why he's here and who he is. He first tells Old that his name is Ephraim Winslow, and that he worked for the Hudson Bay Company in Canada but got fed up with it.
Like you said, I just had enough of trees, I guess.
It's true that he did work for the Hudson Bay, but the reason that he left is much darker than what we know at first. As it turns out, Ephraim Winslow was the name of Young's former, who was having a go at Young one day when he fell into the water, and Young did nothing to save him from drowning.
All I could think when he was done was I could use me a smoke.
Now, he remains adamant that while he thought about swinging the axe down on his head in his anger, he never actually did that. However, I have a slight feeling that may not actually be the case. I think that most of this is the truth, but it's also hinted at that he did in fact axe Ephraim towards the end of the movie when he does the same to Old, and then all he seems to think is,
I could use me a smoke.
We're seeing this movie through a very unreliable and vague lens, so it's hard to know what's real and what's not, but I do find it interesting how comfortable he was with doing this and that he had the exact same reaction that he described last time. He's also shown to be quite a violent person as things progress, seeming more comfortable with the thought of violent acts than someone who'd never committed one before would likely be, like when he nearly stabs Old in the throat while he sleeps with a knife that he stole and tried to use to break into the light, which broke in the shape of a seagull's bill, by the way. It's pretty cool. He seems to be holding himself together fairly well at first, sticking to his sobriety after admitting that he had a problem with drinking before, but when he eventually gives in and begins drinking again, things go off the rails really quickly, and we see just how unhinged he truly is. Point is, after either killing or negligently allowing him to die, Young took Ephraim's identity and fled the company, finding himself taking up the job as a wiki after learning about the pay and the isolation.
Tends a light far offshore. The further away, the more he earns.
That's another example of how Young has a tendency to force his way into positions or places that he hasn't earned the right to be in yet, taking the identity of his former. All that being said, it's not as clear as Young is bad and Old is good, because Old is a very antagonistic and taunting man who takes pleasure in the displeasure of Young. Not warning him before drinking water from the cistern that's full of shit, messing with him with the pulleys, this kind of thing happens all the time. He's very harsh on him with moments like when he tells him he hasn't cleaned this space despite Young's insistence that he has, which is another one of the best scenes of the movie.
And if I tells you to pull up and apart every floorboard and cupboard of this here house and scour 'em down with your bare bleeding knuckles, you'll do it!
He's very critical of him, and as things descend further into madness, he seems to be taunting Young's shaky grasp on reality. But there's also a lot of moments where the two get along extremely well. It's impressive how well the movie handles this unhinged relationship between the two, where they'll be enjoying drinks and laughing one second, fighting like it's the end of the world the next, then sharing stories of their past while smoking and drinking, then slow dancing together, then beating the shit out of each other. They really go through all of it, and it's a hell of a lot of fun to watch. So here we have Old, a man who's been with this light for a long time and has respect and love for whatever magic is seemingly at the top. And then there's Young, a man who only just got here after killing someone and going on the run, who feels like he should be allowed access to that same magic. You could look at the movie.
Pozdrav mu svima.
Evo, krećemo u bitku. A ja mogu još jedan, dva gejma. A je ovo New Mechanics sad ponovo nešto nasnije.
A to malo objašnjavaj ovaj kart.
Bija si jutros. A jebo kart.
Pa to ti nova mehanika, prosto.
Nova mehanika, karburator, distilator.
To je to.
To ti isposla ili ja, ili?
Ne, tek treba da idem.
Ja sam trojicu ubija. How the fuck and when the fuck?
Ja dvojicu, daj kako ima asistova. Ja 2 kila, 2 asista. Treba brzo se čuje.
Brate, ubija me jedan lik 4 puta. A zato sam dobro tijeli sa 1.000.000 metara ubija.
Da, vidim, piše. Da se ubija.
Ništa, Mosin opet, a? Long range sam.
Majonet. I uzet ću upper, ga imam više metaka, serem se ja u... metkove.
Mislim da nije problem količina metaka, nego koliko dobiješ nazad.
Da.
Jedno i drugo.
Koliko god da poneseš oružje, 3 uppercuta ili ni jedan, uvijek dobiješ 1 do 2 metka.
I sa malim najmo boksom dobiješ 5 boksa.
Pa da, sjebali su tu ekonomiju bar za long ammo. I onda ti je zapravo, ako malo razmisliš, bolje da uzmeš medium ammo, jer mnogo više municije dobiješ, a efekat je isti.
Da.
Ako te nije briga do brzine metka, uzmeš onaj, kako se zove, ona nova repetirka.
Kompakt ammo, brajo.
Ne, ima ona medium, ona repetirka što radi 140 damage, ali jako spor metak.
Kako se, Mako?
Ne, medium ammo, 1 metak, Evans repeater, jel se tako zove?
Što je tu?
A ne znaš? Pogledaj medium puške. 140 i nešto damage radi, samo što mu je bullet velocity, ono... Znači ne znaš.
A infantry bit će carbine, ono...
Ne, i ne infantry carbine, Evans repeater, ljudi. Ako si igrao Red Dead, znaš ono što nose svi oni kauboji koji ubijaš? Ono čudo što ima jako ružan, ogroman kundak. I puni se od pozadi. Obrne kundak i ubacuje metke od ozgo.
A to je infantry carbine.
Ta je dobra je.
Radi 140 damage. Čovječe radi 140 damage-a. 140 damage-a radi, razumiješ?
Velocity je spor, vrate, možeš to budućnost.
Da, ali ne krljaš ti njega, ne gađaš ti protivnika na 100 metara s time, nego u 50 metara. Otprilike duplu distancu shotguna gledaš da gađaš.
Ne govori mi ništa, brate, sad smo naišli na nekog KD farmera, jebote, čovjek stoji u bušu, upuca me s naganto na metar u glavu i ode čas samo lik, ono, boji se uopće puša, boji se išta, a 2 na 1 igraju.
Pobjegne, znači, ne?
Pitka.
A to loše. Ne, svako oružje ti dobro, samo zavisi koju distancu hoćeš gurat. To ti je puška za compound. Ne između 2 kompa, nego za jednu dužinu compounda. Tu ti nema veze brzina metka. Neće ti pobjeći od metka.
Pan su sjebali kad su dodali bullet drop.
Nije, ja volim što
bullet drop imaš u svakoj igri. Imaš i u Call of Duty i u Battlefield.
Ali prije nije bilo bullet drop.
A prije si mogao i da opališ... Prije si mogao da opališ metak iz uppercuta, prebaciš na bilo koji drugi pištolj i pap u istu tačku čovjek mrtav.
Da.
To je premoglo.
Meni je najduži kill, nemam pojma, ali mislim sa Healing Waters Churcha na Log Bay Docks. Springfield Dead Eye.
Ja,
maksimal.
Sad ti svako oružje ima šansu da ubije čovjeka u glavu. Samo neka manje, neka više, vrlo. Možeš sad Winchesterkom ubiti čovjeka na 300 metara.
Moment, momci, stižem. Gleda neki dan rahtu hakera najbolji. stvarno. Lik je sa officerom na 150 metara dvojicu headshot samo bam, bam. Kako da ne?
Dobro, onda kažu, ja, on ima 10.000, 15.000 sati. Dobro, imam ja 7. Imam ja 7, pa ne radim to. I?
Onda da nema onu kao RAM, onaj za igrače, ne bih ni vidio na toj razini. Možda manje svoj igrač. Bukvalno vidi.
Imaš onaj radar software, kako se ono zove, Henry ga reklamira. Sad ću ti reći. Sonar. Sonar se zove program. Pokazuje ti kao radar u overlayu. Svaki put kad nešto šušne, zabipse ti na radar. To ti za ljude koji imaju problema sa sluhom. To ti je legalan cheat.
Neki snake, jer sam ja granu livo, a zombi dobro.
Ovdje ima neki perk gore. Sad ćemo odmah reći koji je. Berserker, 2 poena nam treba. Ništa, nismo mi Milan. Jutro smo čak igrali s Milanom, okej. Samo je bio preglasan i uživija se u politiku, ja sam rekao. U mene nije. Nije ovdje. Bar nisam došao još do range-a da ga detektiram. Je vama.
Je. Ali to je mali posao da znate. Da.
Neka ovo mali kaj meni veliki. Haha, lovo. Vidiš jedan. Da, bezerker. Ma nije nego ovaj imolator jebim. A, smrda. Ja ću te spasiti, dođi.
Smrda vrištać.
Dođi smrdo. Evo pucao sam.
Penny shot.
Penny shot najbolja stvar na svijetu. Jedan put me lik ubija sa vratima, tako. Puca je malo dalje od vrata, evo ovo napravio. Evo ovo je napravio, ja bija iza vrata i ubila me vrata. Vidi ovo, koliko me vija ovo govno. Shit.
Dobro, mi smo na malom bossu. Šta će biti kurac?
Dobro, ja mislim, smatram barem da će ljudi tili već bi došli, no. Smo na malom bossu. Ej, kako si to uspio, a skočio sam. A šta bižiš sa pičkom, a? Ben, ti... Luka, kampaš tu, kuću, jel?
Da.
Bom.
Jebote, da sam stojno umjesto gledan FPS 200 lokalna i onda jednom pade na 180
Da.
Znači koji je to troll od igrice, brate?
To kad FPS ide kor dalje.
Najbolj igricu na FPS. To mislim se pokao nešto. Ne znam, samo blok 8 volta na ovo.
Šta je ovo Haman? To je neki ka tuning company za BMW-a, jel?
A?
Haman.
Zove se Haman sigurno.
Čekaj, poslat ću ti ovo što sam...
A, Man Heart misliš vjerojatno.
Čekaj, H-A-M-A-N-N. Evo viš.
Sad imaš Man Heart, G-Power.
A dobro, to je isto kod Power Division. Audi. Vidiš li, Haman piše, bre.
Da, sada auto ima V10 unutra. Stara M6-ica. Opa, pasi na Alisu.
Da,
Ne,
da.
Dero.
I ovo je tuning za BMW. A, viš ima i za Audije.
Da, drugi boss na Dero, wow.
Nara jebe mater.
Neki dan sam vidio Alpinu, kako je dobra bila.
Zombi tamo ne dram, pići materina, će nešto tamo 100%.
No što ne dolaze više, jebo.
Evo, di radara se zombi. Neće ti na drugog bossa, brate. A drugi boss je vjerojatno Reinhardt onda.
Razumijem, jebo.
Ja majku ga.
Nema nikog.
Da, drugi boss je Reinhardt 100%.
Amo ekstrakt jedan ako onaj ča.
Ajde.
Već.
A jebi ga.
A bi ja sutra sam trening volkne.
A znam, jebi ga. A igrao sam i meni baš ovako s Monsinima, jebote, do još 4 kila prošli game. Sin da sam umrao 4 puta od istog lika.
Na boga.
Ja, lik, isto šupski, vrate, ono, da mi headshot kroz neku rupicu laki i onda samo staja i puca kad si me diza.
Čisto ispred.
Man ja gledam.
Moment.
Znaš kako su udobne ove patike što sam za Duka? Preudobne su.
Nema nikog.
A ništa, makar treba na treći zaigrat.
Pa ko je treći?
Ha, ne znam.
Evo Ilija.
Ilija, da, možda poći.
Ajme, mi se da radi ujutro.
Dobro, kad si ti doma s posla?
4-5.
Opa, onda ćemo sutra cijelu večer. Ja sam onako oko 6-7 doma s posla. Ujutro neću ići. Možda hoću, možda neću ići.
Če ako me išao vanka na večer, ali ne vjerujem.
A dobro, neću ići u 8 sati, još u 10. A,
A, valjda oko 9 i nešto,
i- ajde momci, bilo mi je drago, iako je bilo kratko. Ajde, čao.
Ćao.
Bog te. Šta imaš igova da uleti ili?
Nema ko da igra drugi.
A?
Nemamo trećeg.
A ja ti tu neću novo igrat.
Ni ja ne volim duo, ja. Palim perkove.
A ništa, aš bi u pozivu, pa ako neko dođe, ako
A
još htio
ništa,
igrat.
ja izlazim pa idemo sad, ako neko naleti, izaćemo.
Može, aj.
Ajde.
koga? Kako ti ide u No Man's Sky?
Nisam je igrao odavno, ne smijem da uključim jebote. U glavi po 5-6 sati, 7 jebote. Sti kako tu vreme ide jebote.
Te pitao da igraš Helldivere, ali...
Možemo odigrati.
Ako hoćeš sutra. Imam neke obaveze večeras.
Ja jedino sutra predveče idem za Mađarsku jutro. Predveče može.
Pa ja ako idem u drugu državu, idem do Novog Sada, ne znam kad se vrati iz Novog Sada.
Dobro.
Tako su im linije ono dobre. Bože sačuvaj.
Dobro, imaš za Novi Sad i nazad za Sombor?
Za nazad ne baš, za tamo nekako se može doći. Zapravo, pa da se vratim prvim autobusom nazad. Znaš ako imam posla tamo u Novom Sadu, 10 minuta. Sačekam da se otvori to mesto, da odradim stvar i da se vratim.
Ništa lepše kad se kupuje hardware.
Ne, nije hardware. Uzorak ih treba da ostavim. Ma jo.
Hardware-a...
Pa nema šta da kupim.
Pa dobro, možda...
Jedino da kupim ploču, procesor i RAM. A zašto?
SSD neki M2 nešto.
Pa ovaj nije godinu dana star, čini mi se.
Pa ti imaš onaj M2, jel?
Imao sam i prije, samo što onaj imao grešku. I nije imao garanciju domaću, tako da ništa od toga. Treba garancija 10 godina njega kad nemaš garanciju u Srbiji, nego imaš u Austriji od Milanovog druga, a Milan se pravi negeš. Nemam ja veze s tim, to si ugovarao posao s nekim drugim. Klasičan Milan.
Tako, a?
Pa i nema on veze s time, razumiješ, nisam ja njega tražio to. Nego mi je preporučio toga čovjeka, običaja.
Šta je neispravan bio?
Otišao mu je firmware u kurac. A ne može da ga rollbackuješ. I to ti to. Ništa posebno novo.
Kako to? Pa to proizvođač navodi negdje?
Pa Samsung je updateovao firmware je flagovao hard disk kao da je read only. Ja to više nisam mogao da promenim, možda mi služi samo kao read. Kao da ja imam...
Ali čekaj, je li to uobičajno?
Ne baš.
To dešava?
Ne znam, zato što je možda se ugasio računar, ne znam, neki 10 puta kad ja nisam bio tu. Pa je možda napravio neki kao read error, pa je onda on detektovao to kao da je failovo, ne znam, nijem koliko sektora, pa je... Nije kao disk, jedna sekcija, mislim, znaš ako rade SSD diskovi, onda diskovi, imaju one sektore koji su nečitljivi. I to je sasvim normalno. Ako kupiš ga s 2 terabajta, da vremenom padne na 1 terabajt, ali samo ti smanji veličinu i dalje je upotrebljiv disk.
Da.
I to je to. Gluposti.
Pa čekaj, posle toga ti je bio bukvalno neupotrebljiv taj jedan.
Samo read only. Znaš šta ćeš read only diskom da raditi, da ga polomiš.
Pa ne možeš ništa ni snimiti na njega, šta da čita ako nema ništa na njima?
A to je kako recimo da si bankar ili da si neki, razumiješ, da radiš neke projekte za neku firmu, pa onda da se kaže da imaš neke jako bitne podatke koje bi teo da li si tu kao opciju, znaš, da izvučeš s njega stvari, šta ja imam da izvučem, to što sam mogao da izvučem nije mi ni bitno bilo.
A nije mogao da snima, to ćeš da kažeš, nije bilo write opcije.
Da, samo da čita, što me navodi na pomisao da ipak greška bila do njih, a nisi mogao da vratiš unazad ovaj korak, da mu kažeš, molim te vrati ga nazad, ma kaki, to ne.
Reroll.
Ne možeš to gledaš. Idiotluk.
What? I've got some this could
No,
you
pošto.
not wonder?
Uzeo sam drugi domaći. Koliko? 1,5 terabajt. Njega sam stavio bude sistemski, polosistemski, polo za igre i to je to. Prijatno.
Ja imam mjesto, hvala, imam mjesto još za jedan.
Ma nije, nisam teo posebno disk da bude za ono sistem, nego sam samo odcepio od ovoga, ne znam, 300 GB i to se stavio za Windows 10, 11 i eto. Ja sam rekao neće biti puno razmaka između ovoga sad eventa što se završava u Kantu ili ove sezone, neće više ne govorim event, ove sezone. I sljedeće, jer Krajtek ako ne privuče opet nekako ljude nazad, ne mogu da prodaju ništa, razumeš? Mora uvijek nešto novo da izmišljaju. Bilo je to društvo za Kant, ali... A momci imaju obaveze neke.
Aha.
Ništa, šta radite i to?
Ja gledam kako ubiš ovoga nesretnika.
Onoga... Što je bio orator.
Prejebavo ove woke gender i ove. Poklapu ih sa činjenicama.
To sam gledao i pre, nisam ga pratio što poslušao, sam gledao pre, počeo neku debatu, ovi krenu nešto da pričaju, on ih preseče u pola, razumeš, nema nikakve adute, bukvalno. Ono, prazna retorika, čovjek, profesionalni govornik. Ne mogu mu, rečima mu ne mogu ništa. Znači, presmešno. Rasformira ih u 3 rečenice.
Ubiše čovjeka zbog izgovorene reči. Zamisli to je.
Ovo nije bilo na staroj Grčkoj.
A da je. Čovjek baš bio dobar, nikad
ni Spartanci koji su bili dileri, ono, narod, razumeš, pa opet nisu bili bilo toga dobro, ne znam, Latino da smaknu nekoga govornika. Znaš što svaka budala može da nabavi vatrno oružje. Nije ga niko ubio iz maserija, prišao pa ga izbor, razumeš, za to treba petlje, nego ubio čovjek sa puškom iz Edine, razumeš, u vratu.
Ubit ću ga sa 500 stopa, kako to nekako?
Pa to ti je fic.
200 stopa, malo ja...
500 stopa.
500 stopa,
500
podelim se 3, koliko je to?
Feet to meter, čekaj.
152
metra. 150 metra.
Pa da.
Pa, a to ti je regularna dužina, na kojoj svaka puška može da ubije čovjeka. Bez ikakve devijacije.
Da, tu nema ni bullet drop, nema ništa.
Metak leti pravo. Nemaš drop, bilo koji kalibar da pita. Jedino da je nešto 22 ona.
Ovo je kalibar 5.56.
Pa da, tu nema. I 7.62 isto nema devijacije nikako.
Jebem.
Kako si rekao, Kesiću, Stellar Amulet možeš da upgradeš, jel' tako? Sa Orb of Chance.
Koja igra, bre?
Path of Exile.
Opa, opet si počeo.
To nisam počeo, ja volim pomalo da igram, ono, kad ima nešto
interesantno. Nisam ni predstavljao ovo.
Pa, nisam nešto bio sam sebe ne ograničio posebno, razumiješ, ono. Uvijek sam igrao pomalo.
Jebem ti.
Ne baš kao Nenad, Nenad je nenormalno po tom pitanju.
Pa jebote, načinem džem koji nije otvoren. Ej, pizza.
Speak up. Ah, I see. You would do well. I suggest you... All right. Ah, that's nice. Here we are. Do not wander.
You found a letter when I have the... Warm nights.
Young one.
Smrtnu kaznu bi uveo svaku sitnicu. Se dovede u red ovaj svijet.
Ti bi vladao čeličnom pesnicom. Austrijski mole bi bio mala maca za tebe.
Ne bi čeličnu pesnicu, što? Dao bi ja sve slobode, ali...
Ali da se radi. Nema leba žabe da sede. To ti je problem
Ne to,
danas.
nego nema ne može da se čini zlo drugima, znaš. I da prođeš nekažnjen.
I da paradiraju koje kakve ugrožene manjine ulicama i traže svoje pravo.
Ma kako bi to rešio brzo?
Polako, samo kažeš javna okupljanja su zabranjena.
Ne mora, ne.
Može na mestima predviđena za to. Neki parkić, razumeš, ne znam koliko.
Ti ukoliko ne poštuješ državu u kojoj si, kuću u kojoj živiš, druže, odmah da...
Ne, oni izađu na ulicu, razumeš, blokiraju saobraćaj, prave nered, guraju ljude, razumeš. Zakaži miting na stadionu, tu drži govor do spora ako hoćeš. Oni moraju da izađu javno da ih svi gledaju, razumeš. Da blokiraju saobraćaj, da ometaju, razumeš, normalan život, kažemo ljudi. Koliko je sad sjeban Džaman razubiti Kesić. U sezoni 2 bi je težak solidno. Imam još jednu oblast da prođem, ali mislim da je to ono... vremena koji ćeš način nabavljati karte, Makići u Huntu.
Ne. Na koji način?
Pa da li ćeš raditi pledge ili šta li? Da li će ta mehanika biti?
A nemam pojma, ne to ne interesuje.
A to ti nešto novo? Znači nemaš ono sve staro, vrtimo i...
Uputivanje sad, magija, će biti metla na koju ćeš da sedneš i da letiš.
Pa hoćeš i u drugom pravcu igra da krene, da ubace, ne znam, neku automatsku pušku. Kao kalašnjikov što kaže.
Ima automatska puška.
Pa imaš već. Nismo daleko od automatske puške, onaj automat ti nije to automat, to je burst rifle ili ti ono konverzija one repetirke u poluautomatsku. A i to je ono vam pameti, gledajte, 1995.
Pa to dobro, redko ko to igra.
Pa teško se municija nalazi, jako sporo pripunjaš nazad metke.
Jeste ona OP, ali treba s njom i znati igrati kao prvo, ali redko ko igra stvarno.
Promašuješ li, neće se dobro provesti. Obično čiteri koji idu da ubiju Raktozija uzmu to. Gledao sam jednom kad ga ubila trojica nekih rusofila. Ubili su ga, oni išao na njih, a oni ga izrešetali s automatom, znaš.
U budalu.
Da, ono kao nije znao da ima automat. Znao je gdje su, ali nije znao što ima oružje. Izbušili su ga kroz zidove. Probao je da se revive, ubili su ga opet na istu poziciju. I onda je pogledao i vidio da imaju svi automate i skenio se izašao.
stay inside.
Need something? A wise choice. Sans guides you. Speak up. Here we are. I will tell your tale.
As simply as that. There is something in the light that has kept Old here for a very long time, and he's earned his place at the top to enjoy whatever splendor he sees within it. Young comes here after doing something horrible, and because of his nature, he feels like he should be allowed up there. He sees his salvation and wants to force his way in, and in the process, he gives in to his old temptations of drinking and slowly loses his mind, becoming more and more unhinged and tormented by Old, who sees him for what he is, but also strangely relies on him for companionship, and by the end, Young kills Old and breaks his way into the light. The bizarre imagery can be a result of us seeing the movie through the lens of Young, who's clearly mentally unstable and can't be seen as reliable when it comes to having an accurate sense of reality. The isolation, alcohol, and consumption of turpentine could have broken whatever shaky grip he had left, and it could be as simple as that. Another way of looking at the movie could be through a sort of cyclical lens, where Old and Young are the same person. They do, after all, share a name, and there's an interesting detail that seems to fuzzy their characters a little bit during that scene where they're sharing stories together. Throughout the film, Young smokes rolled cigarettes and Old smokes from a pipe, but during this one scene, they swap, and they also happen to be wearing the same clothes here, which leans further into that idea of them being the same person. Could it be that Old is the version of Young who earned his salvation, and Young is the version of him that hasn't done so yet, and is being tormented through his test by his older and wiser self? That may explain why Old is so terrified of Young leaving him, because even though he ascended past the transgressions of his younger self, he's still terrified of the idea of the man he used to be completely leaving him behind on his own. He could be taunting this younger version of himself because he hates the things he did and the temptations he gave into. Maybe Old is the ghost of who Young will be when he eventually manages to transcend, and Young is forced to relive this experience over and over again until he finally earns it. But what the hell's with the tentacles? What about the siren and the scrimshaw? Well, in the screenplay book, there's a section at the back that's full of definitions for different words from the era that we may not know, or for words that relate to the maintenance of the lighthouse that the layman would be unfamiliar with. But one thing that caught my eye is the definitions given for Proteus and Prometheus, two gods from Greek mythology. They are both mentioned in the film, and while I'm very much not well versed in Greek mythology, the connections that these two gods have to Young and Old really help in understanding the movie's story at a deeper level, with something that seems much more concrete despite how symbolic it all is. Proteus is one of Poseidon's children and was said to be the guardian of the first lighthouse, which was called the Lighthouse of Alexandria. He was referred to as the Old Man of the Sea and was known to be a shapeshifter, which lines up pretty much perfectly with Old himself when you take into account the bizarre things that we see occur with him at certain points of the film. Of course, being the keeper of the light is a clear connection as well, as is the use of the simple name Old. So while Old is at the very least meant to reflect Proteus, Young seems to have a lot in common with Prometheus, a titan of Greek mythology who was banished to an eternity of being bound to a rock while an eagle pecked out his liver, which grows back each day only for the torment to resume. And why was he given such a harsh sentence? Because he defied the gods and captured fire, and according to the definition in the book, he represents humans overreaching. The connection here is undeniable, with the final scene of the film depicting Young on a rock with a seagull pecking out his liver in place of an eagle. I was curious as to why the screenplay specified that his liver was being pecked at, and this definition cleared that right up for me. Early on in the film, Old mentions that his former thought that St. Elmo himself had cast his fire into the light, further solidifying that connection that Young has with Prometheus, where he stole the fire he was not meant to touch and was then punished for it eternally. St. Elmo, also known as Erasmus of Formia, is the patron saint of sailors, and St. Elmo's fire is a bizarre light phenomenon which occurs during storms that was the source of many different stories in nautical folklore. However, I definitely wouldn't go so far as to say that this is literally a story about Proteus and Prometheus, since there are elements that separate the events of the film from those stories, like how the bird at the end is swapped from an eagle to a seagull, which means we also have to take into account the connections to nautical and maritime folklore. We even see the blending of these two mythologies towards the end of the movie when Old is being buried. It's one of the most poetic scenes of the film, with Old talking about Protean forms and Promethean plunder, but also referring to Fiddler's Green, a sort of heavenly afterlife for sailors and maritime folklore. The thing is, that angle of Greek mythology doesn't at all negate the previous theories, since at the core of these stories, the natures of the characters themselves remain very similar. Prometheus's hubris led him to try and capture something that wasn't his, as did Young's, and Proteus' stance as this old god of the sea can coexist with Old being the keeper of the light or some ghost who calls this rock home. The other two pieces of the puzzle are the siren and the one-eyed seagull, who plays a very important part in the events of the film. The siren, at least in my eyes, represents temptation, which is something that Young is forced to confront constantly in the film, be it the draw he has to alcohol, sexuality, or the light. The image of the siren on the rock was the first thing to come to Robert's mind when his brother Max told him about the movie he was making, and so it's certainly a core part of what he tried to bring to the script. In folklore, sirens lull people into the oceans with their eerie songs, and then pull them into the depths once they have them under their spell. To my chagrin, there is no eerie siren song floating across the ocean waves in this movie, but instead we have the siren tempting Young sexually. When he first arrives, he finds a mermaid scrimshaw tucked away in the mattress and becomes obsessed with it as time goes on. The scrimshaw looks to have belonged to the last second, implying a similar tendency towards depraved sexual behavior. He begins to see this siren, appearing first after he hallucinates the death of his former back in Canada, which almost makes it feel like the sight and horrifying shriek that come from the creature are a reminder to him of the dark secret that he's keeping locked away in the deep ocean of his mind. It's also not out of the question that Old and the siren are connected, considering the parallels between him and Proteus and the fact that Proteus can shapeshift in mythology. So we have this idol of temptation that Young is both drawn to and deeply terrified of, like any sane man would be at the thought of falling back into the vices that led him down a dark road. The one-eyed seagull is fascinating as well, and is directly tied to Old's previous second. When Young finds the head of the deceased man, we see that it only has one eye, and earlier on in the movie, Old had warned Young about how the souls of dead sailors found their homes in the gulls.
Why is it bad luck to kill a gull?
In them's the souls of sailors, what met their maker.
The one-eyed bird taunts and torments Young throughout the first act of the film, which may be somewhat of a reference to how the hand of the Wiki that died in the Smalls Lighthouse tragedy would tap against the window of the surviving man, driving him slowly mad. Young kills the gull in a moment of sheer rage, which beckons in the massive storm that makes things so much worse as Young has now committed an atrocious sin. That section in and of itself seems fairly simple, where we have this piece of maritime folklore about seagulls harboring the souls of dead sailors, and the act of violently destroying that vessel causes this storm to explode. But then we see the one-eyed seagull again at the end of the movie, pecking away at Young's liver, which brings up a bunch of new questions. Was the gull something more than what it seemed to be at first, and was it in fact part of the test that Young was being put up to as a part of his salvation to see if he could resist against his tendencies towards violence, and then when he wasn't, the gull was ultimately part of his punishment as well? Could it be that a lot of the Greek mythology that we see is nothing more than hallucinations on the part of Young, who perhaps knew some of these stories, and then as his grip on reality loosened during the storm, his mind began to fill in blanks to try and find something to grasp onto, and because he hated that gull so much, he saw it as the perpetrator of his eternal torment? Is the whole story happening inside of his head as he sits there on the rock with his liver being pecked out for all eternity, and the gull manifested in that hallucination as his tormentor, as if it was reality, if you could call it that? Another idea relating to that gull is that we know that Old's last second developed a similar obsession with the light to the one that Young does, and while Young won his fight against Old, it may have gone down differently last time. That would also explain why Old has such a visceral reaction to Young getting aggressive with the one-eyed seagull, because not only is he trying to hammer in the idea of the spirits of sailors who died at the sea coming back as seagulls, and killing one would be a disrespect to them, there's also this strange shame that he shows during this scene.
I mean no mind, lad. None.
He may think that the seagull is the resurrection of his last second and feels ashamed of what he did and doesn't want his spirit to be further harmed.
Best leave him be. Bad luck to kill a seabird.
There are more connections here to the Smalls Lighthouse tragedy, where if this theory of Old having actually killed his second after he too became obsessed with the light is true, there's a parallel there of how the surviving man put the deceased into a coffin to try and avoid being charged for murder, while Old may have thrown the head into the water in the hope that it would be washed away into the sea. Maybe the head is all that's left of what has already been taken. Maybe all of these seagulls here are previous seconds that have been all tested by Old. Who the hell knows? Going back to that painting that's recreated, it was done by a gay man who, because of the time he was alive for, was often forced to hide that. There's no question that Young and Old have affection for one another. They dance together and hold on to each other like they're all they have, and at one point it looks like they come damn close to kissing before they begin beating the shit out of each other. Men tend to have a harder time being affectionate with each other, even if the intentions are completely platonic, which I don't think you can easily say they are here. And through moments like that, you can see a reflection of where they get so close to it, but instead, they both explode into violence. They sometimes argue like an old married couple, which is honestly where a lot of the fun comes from.
How can I possibly like the horse shit you fix us for supper? You're drunk. You won't be saying that.
So many theories. This movie is so full of symbolism that pulls you into a direction that seems to make sense for the first while, and then something else will come up that forces you to completely reconsider everything you thought you understood about the underlying narrative. As I said at the beginning of this video, I think that's completely intentional. We're being given just enough of multiple different ideas, but not quite enough for any one of them to be definitive, which opens up this whole world of discussion and theorization that I don't think can ever be concluded. Out of the different angles I've talked about here, I'm not even sure which one I like the most, let alone which one I think has the most to it. On my most recent viewing, however, after going through all these different ideas and trying to see what dots I could connect, I realized that from a certain perspective, a lot of these theories are not mutually exclusive. So what I'm going to try and do is give an overall explanation using bits and pieces of everything I've talked about here to try my very best to incorporate the ideas that I find the most interesting. In terms of the histories of these two men, Old tells the most truth about his life. However, by the time that Young arrives at the rock, Old is a ghost who stayed on the lighthouse because of how much he loved it, and because he's so drawn to the light. Young did kill his former at the Hudson Bay Company with the axe, but he's not someone who can take responsibility for the things he does wrong, and has perhaps even convinced himself that he didn't do it. You can see that attempt to shove back his true identity not just through him lying about his name, but also in his accent, which changes when he gets drunk, angry, or otherwise unhinged, making it seem like the way he speaks at the beginning of the movie is a facade he's built up, and we see that break down as time goes on.
Can't find a post I can take a real shine to, so I keep moving along. You ain't the president, you ain't my father, and I'm sick of you acting like you is.
Given the mystical significance of the lighthouse itself, his time as a wiki is essentially used as a test of his character to see if he's worthy of salvation following what he did, and The ghost of Old is a part of that trial. The parallels between Young and Old are there to make Young face the person he really is instead of the identity he's attempted to take on, which is why Old takes the name Thomas. Old does enjoy the company of Young, despite being a part of his trial, because he likely gets quite lonely out here and doesn't get to share his life stories with anyone all that often. Maybe part of why he's so descriptive when telling these stories and why he goes on and on and on for so long is so that he can create imagery in his own head to go along with them, hoping that it will help solidify the memories in his own mind for longer out of fear that they'll fade away if he doesn't give them the care they need or express them properly. The imagery from Greek mythology manifests at times as a sort of cosmic expression of their two archetypes, and it's used to push Young to his limits. The seagull was used to trial his tendencies towards violence, the siren his depraved sexual thoughts, and the light his entitlement, all of which he failed. While he does confess to what happened, he doesn't take responsibility for his role in the death of his former. Whether he killed him with the axe or not, he is still guilty, and he doesn't accept that to a satisfactory degree.
I didn't. I did not.
He sounds like he's trying to convince himself here more than he is Old. The torment gets stronger and stronger, eventually breaking his sanity as he fully gives into the temptations he tried to fight against, resorting to drinking thieves' oil, a mixture of turpentine and honey. He shows time and time again, following his transgression against the spirit in the seagull, that he is a violent and unhinged person who feels entitled to the beauty he believes to be in the light. You could even put in the time loop theory and have Old be the ghost of who Young would be when he transcended, here to test the real him. Notice anything about what I'm saying here? It's an absolute incoherent mess. Sure, there are things that seem to make sense there, but there are also a lot of things that aren't clearly answered or get brought into question when taking into account other elements of the film that I didn't mention, and that's pretty much the idea here. For example, I said that Old is pretty honest with his backstory, but there's this huge inconsistency with the story he gives about what happened to his leg.
Ma jo, na YouTube.
To bi se igrao Hunt. A ti stavljaš dobro onda igraš Hunt.
Jesi gledao Boris više onog internet historije, ne?
Šta sam gledao?
Onog internet historije, ne?
Nisam.
Imaš zanimljiva, to će se sviđati. Znaš ko je Shia LaBeouf?
Shia LaBeouf. Onaj što je glumio Transformersima. Glumi i onom filmu Rage, onoga vozača tanka.
He will not divide us.
Use.
Slušaj,
ne ja se reći, use.
Gledaj ovo, Boris. Znači, evo sad ću ti, samo moraš naći...
drugi, što je teško naći.
Dobro, moći ćeš naći, ali teško. Probaj da nađeš, imaš 4 dijela.
Čekaj, sad vidim ono nešto, to je kao neke tarot karte.
Da.
Milan Tarot.
Tarot.
Mogli bi njega ubaciti, Milan Tarot onaj.
Iz Majo Čipova isto. Iz Majo Čipova.
Vidiš što ima serija He will not divide us.
Ima.
Jaden Smith.
Oh my god.
Znaš ko je Jaden Smith?
Znam, sin onoga papučara.
Da.
Ne znam kako drugačije ga ne znam.
Dobro si ga nazvao. Sam vidio frizuru posranu.
Šta ja znam?
A, klasična cigančina, ona baš cigančina.
Romali. Sinama.
Da.
Da, sin mi izgleda kao klošar. A i čujem se kao da je na drogama non stop. Kad priča, ako sam slušao par puta, ono, kad se kao obraća javnosti, ono. Kao da je komatozan od narkotika.
Biće njima sad lijepo. Posle ovog ubistva je... Biće im zanimljivo, naš.
Biće im do jaja.
Boga mi, svašta može da im se desi zbog ovoga što su ubili.
Black Lives ili White Lives Matter, koji su sad bitni?
Biće White Lives Matter, znači to će sada...
Only Matters.
Ali to će, vrati, biti.
Let these towers stand for all time, so that the sands may never swallow the honored dead. We give you to the sky and to the wind in defiance of the doom of the desert.
Pitao si me da me voziš sutra, kume, to je nemoguće, zato što moram biti tamo ujutro, a ti ideš u regularno kad ideš na posao. Ja idem s firminim kombijem do Novog Sada.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Get back in your hole.
Smooth operator.
Kažeš u kuću?
Kuću, koja te vruće kuću?
Pa ne, sad ne.
Upali mi kiklimo kuću.
Što se radi?
Meni je baš hladno, Da.
Šta igraš kako? Niš.
Cash.
Što ne uposlite kuma da vam bude treći?
Ne igram, možda malo tempo.
Raspore se društvo Zaha, lepo sam ja rekao.
Nam je Milan.
Nema.
Ja sam Milan sad.
Da se nije oženio.
Onda se, teško.
Kume je te zaprosio?
Nije me zaprosio.
Onda ne.
Očekuj.
To mu je jedina opcija ostala. Sve pare potrošio, morat će mene doženiti.
A ofucavam se drug, znaš to, Boris?
Kako fucu? Kažu da je krenuo intenzivno za vežbu.
A fuca se po ruka, po nogama, ka mačak,
A, počeo se linja.
Ne, nego fleke mu se neke pojavljuju, ono, raspada se.
Pa to nije dobro. Znaš zašto? Rekao si mu ti danas, ono u dvorištu što mu pare donosi, uzimamo život.
To da.
To nije to smeš, to je tako.
Što je najgore, jest tako je, evo.
Ti si ono kao zebanci mu to rekao, to mu je zbilje tako.
Ja sam objasnio Borisi da sve njegovo primanje što on ima ja zaradim za...
Sve što on misli da dobija pare, to ga ubija.
Da, ja zaradim to za 8 dana, ono, jel, kaže čovječ. I to baš tako dobro. Spomenice te ubija, jebo.
Spomenice mu svaki dan zrači lobanj. To ne bi trebalo da niko živi pored toga jedno na kilometru.
Isto ljudi čujemo kasnije.
Zgradi.
Ništa, prozora, dečko.
Dečko, stariji od tebe.
On je za mene mlad momak, neiskušan, zelen.
Jesi li pio cvjetku po mene?
Život prošao, nisam onoga bih.
Nisam onoga bih, a, dobro.
Kako se nije prošao život kao ja, moj kum.
Život me nije mazio, život me nije mazio.
Sve što može biti meni nije nepoznato.
Sve što je nepoznato bit će poznato.
Sviđam me taj gif. Tirao sam na komančinu se neći.
Koga? Drakul? Njega obično zoveš narkoman. Pa njega obično zoveš narkoman, pa što ja znam. Tako mu te paše iz milošta. Aj se malo vodite, malo se mrzite, to je sasvim normalno. Ljubav je ratu sve dozvoljno. Čega?
Ovaj fokus nadljivi. Već pičite ovo za velika slova da se ne mogu kucati.
Ne može mi to isključeno, to bot radi. Što si napora?
Što je isključeno?
Ne, to ti radi Discord, to ne radi niko od nas ovdje. Što isključiti ovo. Ne samo ti, nego ne može niko da kuca, razumiješ.
Si mi vidio ono... Još imaš... Ovo piše... Ono sam od zemlje, razumiješ. Snake piše. Šta meni piše? Piše na moje ime.
Na lanče?
Ne, na moje ime. Na moje ime. Gdje je?
Ne.
Ama, tek pa čuđe. Smooth operator!
Ti tražiš konfrontaciju da je nema. Znaš?
Šta kažem?
Tražiš konfrontaciju da je nema. Tražiš se u klub da ne postoji. Ne znam zašto to radiš.
Ja?
Da, ti.
Kako su to
Pa i onda kažeš, mrzi me, a i me banu. Ja sam fino rekao to za velika slova. To je, znači, simptom. Simptom toga da, umjesto da uradiš nešto povodom toga što malo slabije vidiš i ne radiš ništa po tom pitanju. Rješenje ti ja ću koristim velika slova, veće fontove, dobro je to. To nije rješenje. Imaš periode kad te boli glava. Kao će ti oči spasti iz očne dupe.
Meni?
Da. Pitam ti imaš. Čim razmišljaš odgovore da. Si rekao odmah ne, onda ima stvari koje ono ja ti odmah kažem ne. Ima.
Postavio sam mi pitanje koje je
Da li ima perioda kad te...
komplikovani odgovor. Čekaj. Postavio sam mi pitanje. Bilo je jedno varijante što je bilo, uglavnom glava me boljela
svaki dan.
Što ti kažeš, oči su mi spali. A onda sam ja skužio, šta je problem?
Problem,
I samo sam taj problem rešio i više nisam imao problema. Ovo nikad više, ni prije ni posle toga.
Kako ti nabija pritisak?
Glava te boli zato što ti pritisak skače. Zašto ti pritisak skače? Zato što šmrčeš ti kafe smrdljive.
Nemam ja problema sa kafom.
Samo polako, nemoj ti
ja nemam problema s kafom. Ti pričam o očnom pritisku. Ti si sad to povezao s kafom nekako.
Samo malo. Sve je to povezano. Prva stvar. Znači,
slabi vid od kafe. Da, jasno mi.
Pritisak,
od kafe,
znači jednako kafa. Kafa te zakrčuje, kafa te nagrađuje. Milenu je glava boljela non stop dok je bila kafa. Kad te ne pije kafu, ne boli je glava.
Nisam primetio da je kum oslabila od kad je stavila kafu. Na isto je kilažu.
Nije u pitanju kilaža, ne pričamo o kilaži.
Pa ti isto rekao, kafa te zakrčuje. Šta zakrčuje? Kakav kolesterol? Ja nemam kolesterol. Imaš ti kolesterol? Oh my god.
Kafa te začepljuje, razumiješ? To nema veze sa debljinom, što ne gore kafa te i mrša. Nego je problem što je kafa zlo, kafa ti je delutant, razumiješ, ona izvlači vodu iz tebe. Voda koja ti je neophodna, razumiješ, glava kad te boli, dehidrira je mozak, fali tečnosti, shvataš?
Ne falim.
Fali ti, ali ti to ne shvataš, fali ti tečnosti u mozak.
Moj mozak fali mu tečnost.
Da, zato ti nabija pritisak u oči i zato ti svako malo šklja krv na nos.
Da, pravo si.
Pita si mi dobiš odgovor.
Odgovor je dobar. Pravo si. Pravo ti kažem.
Taka je moja.
Kakav sam, takav sam.
Ja ti kažem šta je tačno. Kako se zove tomorrow? Češće look times, da. Jurassic. Jurassic Park. Jurassic. Jurassic World Doomsday, Chris Pratt. Princess Dove. The Terminal List, ne, šta je to?
Gdje smo?
A Jesse Beka, evo te, nismo te čuli odavno.
A gdje stiš?
Reče mi Beka, jesu li počeli ti otpadaju dijelovi ka gubavcu, ono? Tijela. Kako ne, evo, reka si da se oguba. Oguba. Pa prolazi sve.
Da si zva Makića se baci koja.
Jes.
Ma ne znam, če te zva?
Mala narkomančina te zva, Lavek.
Hoće li se koja otući? u Dgra. Kakvi ste beogradski fazon.
No, modernizovali smo se.
Nema igre, a? Pauza.
Pauza, kumara.
Zovite Maknića, sad je on slobodan, nije?
Sad ga zovite, sad.
Nije, sad je bio, zovi ga. Zovi ga.
Brzo ćeš i ti ukrojiti, a?
Brzo će ti ga to, je?
A šta ćeš Zorbas? Pa bio si, to ti je treći put danas da ideš Zorbas, šta?
Šta ćemo, kišu.
Mora tako.
Mora tako. On ti je kešu kao ajku, moraš to da shvatiš. On ako stane, on umire.
A mora da se kreće, novac mora da kruži.
Moraš da se krećeš, tako da te.
To su ti bankarski fazoni.
Šta je rekao? Moraš da kružiš.
Kao novac, mora da je optica.
Da, mora da je optica, jesi, gledaj. Ako go jutro ne video na njegov gay party tamo na kafijanje...
Misle da je umro.
Misle da je naš nene ispada, nije on više tu.
Nije više u kombinaciji.
I onda kad dođe, i onda šutra kad dođe tu ono preskočuje jedan dan, kad dođe i sam malo...
Kad dođe u Dgra.
U Dgra i se kaže, alo, zipa tebra moj me ovdje, alo. Kužiš?
Da se gledam ja malo ovam.
Kužiš?
Beka ono kao, kom što to reka, i problem. Znataš, tu je problem. Beka, ja se slažem s tobom, život je težak i moraš biti ajkula. Budi ajkula, Beka.
Ajkulo sa ljudskim likom.
Kad se rodiš, ti si u bitci, Beka, ti se boriš cijel svoj život. Ubica. Yes. On se davi u tome. On se davi u tome, ej. Kume. Neka te pozdravlja, kada budu. Pozdravljam, ja odlazim.
Ko odlazi? Ti odlaziš?
Ruši. Ne, on.
Ti odlaziš?
On kaže odlazi i kaže ima nešto za Simu da poručujemo. Što si rekao za Simu da poručujemo?
Pita da te vozi na posao.
Kome ostavljaš gramofon? Atom. A šapci ga?
A da si vidio da nas keši kako su na šap neki slabu tačku, pa nešto rekao ja predjem od totalno kontra, I čuo je kaže, a nešto sam za Sima lupio, nema pojma, Švercova, ne znam, procesor iz ove, kako zove, Kanade, nešto, nema pojma.
Da.
Bukvalno su.
I slušaj, ovaj, ko kaže, neću ja to si očuješ Beku. Pa nisam ja to tako rekao, nemoj mi shvatiš čovjeka. Jeli, i onda kao, nemoj da previčam jedan put, Beka, nemoj da prenosiš, kao, nemoj da prenosiš, sada ne prenosim.
Samo kad paše, selektivno.
Ne, može to tako. Ja prenosim kako meni dođe.
Kako se osjeća?
Tako, ja sam zbožan sve, da te zbožniću da prenesem. Ako nisam, onda neću, razumiješ? To je moje apsolutno pravo, je tako li?
To je građansko pravo,
Je tako. Ajkulice. Tu me promenim na ime u Ajkula. Ili velika bijela,
Ninja with a shotgun.
Ninja, Ajkula sa ljudskim likom. Dobar si ti Beka, samo što si ono malo...
Stvarno ideš Zorbas, pa će si do sad bio jebote.
Da, jebote. Neće, znaš šta je fore, odbio ga a on ne može da izdrži da ga odbije i onda on sad ne zna kako da se nosi, kao ide Zorbas. On će sad Zorbas samo da ne bi bruku tu podnije da ga ispalio, razumiješ? Čataš keš?
Ko ga odbio?
Jes, ispalio te? Nije. A ti čim ti je to reka, to je tebi klasično ispale, tvoj mozak ne može da obrati informaciju.
Ne, nego alt-tabuje, znaš.
Alt-tabuješ s mozgom, jesi.
Da ti nije to malo previše puta za vrbas? Na dnevnom
Pa
nivou.
pošićeš previše goriva. Pa troši se mnogo goriva puno. To je izračunato svaki dan idealna putanja, razumeš?
Da, i zna se na koliko opet.
Kao ni u NASCAR, znaš. Znaš da isključuje motor kad se vozi. Si gleda to?
Da, ima.
Si gleda te rade?
Štede gorivo.
Da. Tačno zna na koje brdo može da isključi.
Jel ti to radiš, bek?
Zaleti ga, da, gas.
Zaletiš pa ga ugasiš.
Da, to je kum radio kad je imao 15 godina, kad je čalet u kola uzima da se ne potroši. Kad nima posla, znaš.
Da.
Kad nima posla.
Da, jesi, kume, to sam ja radio kad nisi imao posla.
Kad si bio ono klinec mali.
Kloša, nekad si bio kloša.
A ne odrasta čovjek, razumeš.
Sad ono na mjestu caci, pa je samo točio.
Pa ne si palja, to što se radi se, ima se okus. A ne čep.
Čuješ što ti kaže kum?
Čep u guzicu samo.
A, čep, kaže nešto za čep.
Nešto se čepuje se nešto.
Ali pitam se da li ima neki taj univerzalni čep ili ima baš ono s razmjerno...
Neki mali čepić.
Da. Kako to ide, bek?
Kako se to čepuje?
Čepić za bulsona, čepić za šta?
Da, za bulsona.
Da.
Pa gledaj sad, vidiš kako selektivno, ali tamo je što kaže ku, sad neće da odgovori.
Da, sad ne čuje, sad te ne čuje.
Evo, nije, kao da, sad gleda na YouTube.
A, nešto pa pusti gledanje.
Ti to nešto gledaš.
Sad ćeš zorbas, evo.
Ideš na...
Ima kešu, ja se sprda nešto i kao ove te stipce i to, i jebote ladno mi izlaze na Instagram. Poslao sam bek i sad ću da pošaljem tamo u grupu. Viš ti šta rade ljudi, ono.
Šta rade ljudi za pare?
Šta ti je to sad?
On gleda, ne može sad.
Ti gledaš na YouTube, ja ne znam od kad ti to gledaš.
Od kad sad pričamo o njemu. Ništa, aj ti beka polako. Aj ti se odglasi, aj. Znam, možda će on. Da.
Super si zauzeo, sad te zove, predsjednik te zove. Gleda da mu se javiš.
A znaš šta gleda na YouTube? Sad gleda kumov stream.
Ne, to gleda. Zanima ga kako se igra.
Ne, šta ćemo pričati o njemu?
Ma boli me brigiš, ti biš da dijem.
Čupali! Pa je, i mene toko je završeno, evo ga šalje, viš kao. Šta je? Ajde, vidimo se. Ćao.
Ajde. Ode kuma. Možda se Beka odigra koja prije no što se Urbas pođeš.
Neće ga ono Urbasu brtat.
Pa kaže ide, treći put danas.
Ide da spava. Nema on toliko para da se voza bez veze. Ja kad moram 2 puta idem u prodavnicu pa mislim ide, a ne u Urbasu. Sekundu samo da vidim nešto. Aha. Dobro.
You said you broke it. Hey? The leg. You must have misheard.
It's futile to try and come to any concrete conclusions about the meaning and symbolism of the film. The only theory in my eyes you can say isn't left with a bunch of holes or contradictions is that we see the film through the lens of Young, who's extremely mentally unstable, and all the insane things we see are just delusions. These two are really just flesh and blood human beings, and through isolation and falling back into old temptations, one of them completely loses his mind. Maybe Old was right about Young still being up in Canada, walking through the snow and talking to himself like a lunatic.
I'm probably a figment of your imagination. This rock is a figment of your imagination too.
That one can also pretty much explain it all, since all of the hard-to-grasp elements can be explained away as insanity. That's a perfectly valid way to look at the movie, but when you go beyond that and start taking some of the symbolism more literally, I think you lose any chance of finding a definitive answer almost anywhere, and that's one of the main appeals for me. That scene where Old is asking all of these questions to Young is easily one of the best in the movie, because at least in that moment, Young is the audience stand-in. We just watched Old chase Young with an axe and smash the boat up, but when we get back inside and the axe goes in the table, the camera pans from one room to the other, and when that happens, we've now lost the ability to actually know where anything stands, and Old immediately calls into question the things we literally just watched.
And I knew you was mad when you smashed up that lifeboat just now and chasing me with an axe trying to kill old Tom.
Is he messing with Young? Is he telling the truth? We just don't know, and he may as well be talking directly to us here, as he basically says we have no idea what's happening and we shouldn't even bother trying. The ending of the movie is the most clear to me, where after killing Old, Young climbs to the top of the tower, covered in blood and dirt and out of his mind, clearly representative of how poorly he managed his way up here, and he finally gets to face the light that he's so coveted since his arrival. But when he does, his reaction is that of sheer terror. He's utterly incapable of processing the fear of what he sees in the light, as is made clear in the screenplay. The first time I saw the movie, I thought that he was laughing here, but that's not the case. Whatever he's shown in the light brings to him more terror than man is capable of feeling, and he falls back down the tower once more before awakening in this mythological image that doesn't even do us the courtesy of zooming out far enough to show the buildings and the rock, further calling into question everything we just watched. The salvation angle is the thing that's the most clear to me here, with how hard-headed and entitled Young has been the whole movie, and then being broken by terror when he's shown whatever is in there, like he's seeing the eternity he's cursed himself to by trying to force his way into the light. Old's final speech that he gives while being buried leans into this, and I want to take a moment to analyze what's actually being said here.
Oh, what protein forms swim up from men's minds and melt in hot Promethean plunder.
Protean means something that can change forms or is otherwise versatile, which could be referring to the ways that Young managed to convince himself of his innocence and find a way to tell himself that he's worthy of salvation. His identity is unstable, shifting throughout the movie as he tries to hide himself from the reality of who he is. Plunder essentially means to steal, so Promethean plunder simply means fire, as it was the thing that was stolen by Prometheus. We see that fire scorching Young's eyes at the end of the movie, and when we see him
It's time to kill. We now have their trail. Move swiftly.
on the rock, there are these burned out voids in his head. Perhaps this is the same thing that happened with Old's last second, which would explain his missing eye and why the seagull only has one as well. Maybe the shame that we saw earlier was because Old felt bad that his last second didn't find his salvation, or maybe we're not seeing shame here at all, but instead simply fear.
Scorching eyes with divine shames and horror, and casting them down to Davy Jones.
Both men were cast down to Davy Jones, the devil in maritime folklore, and his locker is essentially hell, which was often seen as the infinite abyss of the ocean where the last second's head was found.
The others, the fiddler's green sent, where no man is suffered. want to toil.
Fiddler's Green, as I said earlier, is, for the sake of discussion, heaven. So while some see the fire and their eyes are scorched out as they're shown the shame and horror of the people they are before they're thrown to Davy Jones, the ones who earned the light, while still blinded by its brilliance, find themselves in Fiddler's Green to live on for all eternity.
Beautiful and unchanging. As the shade who girdles round the globe.
A girdle is a type of undergarment that wraps around the torso, so she who girdles round the globe would be the ocean itself, which Old likens to the unchanging form of those who find themselves in Fiddler's Green. The lighthouse. Good God. I feel like at some point I need to just force myself to stop and try and wrap this up, because I think I could just go on for hours and hours theorizing about what happens here, and still come to no strong conclusions, of course. Robert and Max Eggers crafted one of the most endlessly fascinating, entertaining, and batshit insane movies I have ever had the pleasure of experiencing. It's also one of the most rewatchable movies out there because of how many different breadcrumbs there are to pick up on, and I haven't even talked about all of them here. There's so many more little details in this movie, and I'm positive that there are even more I haven't picked up on yet, and maybe I never will. It's all part of the fun. As far as I'm concerned, The Lighthouse is a perfect movie. There is absolutely nothing that I would change here and nothing that I view as a negative, which is very rare for me. The performances are Oscar-worthy, as is the cinematography, costume, and set design. The writing is poetic and evocative, and the story itself is an endless canvas for thought experiments designed to torment you for seeking out answers. Atmospheric, hilarious, disorienting, fascinating perfection. Thanks for watching through to the end. I hope you enjoyed the video enough that you want to see more, and if that's the case, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell because YouTube can sometimes suck at recommending channels. A huge thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members who are a massive help in allowing me to continue committing as much time.
Try this 10-minute ChatGPT routine every morning.
Have you ever noticed that some of the kindest people you've ever met are also some of the most tired people? The ones who always show up, who always smile, who always say yes when you ask for help. But if you look closely enough, if you really pay attention, you can see the exhaustion in their eyes. You can sense that somewhere behind that kindness is something deeper, something heavier, maybe even something darker. We often imagine kindness as this pure, uncomplicated good. We tell children to be kind. We admire kindness in leaders. We measure our own humanity by how much compassion we can extend. But kindness, like everything else in this complicated world, has a shadow. And when you ignore that shadow, when you pretend it doesn't exist, kindness itself can turn into something destructive. It starts small. A child learns that being kind, being agreeable, earns them love. When they put their own needs aside to make others comfortable, they are rewarded with smiles, praise, maybe even affection they wouldn't receive otherwise. Over time, this association buries itself deep inside their nervous system. Kindness becomes survival, and the older they get, the harder it becomes to separate who they are from what others expect them to be. They become the reliable one, the good person, the friend who never complains. But here's the truth. When kindness is forced, when it is driven by fear of rejection or a desperate need to be valued, it's no longer pure kindness. It becomes a mask, and masks, when worn too long, start to suffocate the person beneath them. Think about the people in your life who are endlessly kind. They'll listen to your problems for hours, they'll help you move, they'll lend money they don't have, they'll sacrifice their own rest just to make sure you're okay. At first, it feels admirable, even saintly. But if you've ever been that person, if you've lived that role, you know the truth. Behind every act of self-sacrifice is a quiet resentment, a voice that whispers, "What about me?" But that voice is often silenced, because kindness, especially chronic kindness, comes with an unspoken rule. You're not allowed to put yourself first. Psychologists have studied this phenomenon, and it has a name: compassion fatigue. It describes what happens when someone gives so much of their empathy, so much of their care, that they eventually run dry. Healthcare workers experience it, teachers experience it, even parents experience it. But it's not only about professions. Everyday people, those who identify as kind souls, are at risk too. Studies show that people who consistently prioritize others over themselves report higher levels of anxiety, depression, and even physical health problems compared to those who maintain balance. Kindness, when unchecked, becomes self-erasure. And that's the dark side. Kindness without boundaries is not kindness at all. It becomes a subtle form of self-destruction. It's like watering every plant in the garden except your own roots. Eventually, the gardener collapses, and the entire garden withers with them. But here's the more unsettling part. Sometimes kindness itself becomes a weapon. And I don't mean in the obvious way, like someone pretending to be nice to manipulate others. I mean the quieter, more unconscious way. When you are known as the kind one, people start to expect it. They rely on it. They shape their behavior around it. And without even realizing it, your kindness teaches others that your needs are secondary, that your feelings are negotiable. Over time, people stop even asking what you want, because they assume you'll always adjust to them. The kind person ends up training the world to overlook them. This creates a paradox. The kinder you are, the more invisible you become. And invisibility is not peace. It's loneliness dressed up in politeness. Now, none of this means that kindness is bad. Far from it. Genuine kindness is one of the most beautiful forces in the world. But there's a difference between kindness that flows from abundance and kindness that bleeds from emptiness. One heals, the other corrodes. One comes from love, the other from fear. Let's look at some facts. In a study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, researchers found that people who struggle to say no, often those who identify as kind and agreeable, are significantly more likely to experience burnout. Another study out of the University of Berkeley showed that altruistic behavior increases well-being, but only when it is voluntary and authentic. When kindness is performed out of guilt, obligation, or fear of disappointing others, it has the opposite effect, actually lowering happiness and increasing stress. And yet, so many of us get trapped in this cycle. We don't want to disappoint anyone, so we keep saying yes. We don't want to be perceived as selfish, so we keep giving. We don't want to lose love, so we keep sacrificing. But the cost of this endless kindness is enormous. Slowly, you begin to lose sight of yourself. You don't even know what you want anymore, because your entire identity has been built around serving others. You become a stranger in your own skin. And here's where the monster within comes in. Because when you suppress your needs, when you deny your anger, when you bury your boundaries in the name of kindness, those emotions don't disappear. They collect in the shadows, they ferment, and eventually they come out in ways you can't control. Maybe it's snapping at someone you love for something small. Maybe it's passive-aggressive comments, resentment that leaks out in subtle ways. Or maybe it's even darker, years of repressed feelings exploding all at once, leaving you shocked at the person you've become. We like to imagine that kindness protects us from darkness, but in reality, kindness without honesty creates the perfect breeding ground for it. Because every time you say yes when you mean no, every time you smile when you want to cry, every time you hold back your truth to make someone else comfortable, you are not being kind. You are abandoning yourself, and abandonment always has consequences. Now let's be real. Why do we do this? Why do kind people struggle so much with boundaries? The answer lies in our culture. From a young age, many of us are conditioned to believe that kindness equals worthiness, that being agreeable is safer than being authentic, that love is earned by what we give, not by who we are. Children who grow up in environments where love is conditional, where affection depends on performance, obedience, or self-sacrifice, often carry this belief into adulthood. They become adults who confuse people-pleasing with kindness. But true kindness does not erase the self. True kindness includes the self. If your kindness is costing you your mental health, your joy, your energy, then it's not kindness anymore. It's self-neglect dressed as virtue. And this is where the education comes in. Neuroscience tells us that the brain has something called the mirror neuron system. It's what allows us to feel empathy. When you see someone in pain, your brain lights up as if you are in pain too. That's why kindness feels so natural to us as humans. We are wired to connect. But here's the catch. Mirror neurons don't distinguish between healthy empathy and destructive empathy. If you constantly expose yourself to others' suffering without any boundaries, your brain essentially floods itself with stress signals. Over time, this leads to chronic stress responses, immune system issues, and emotional exhaustion. In other words, your brain is not built for endless, boundaryless kindness. It's built for balanced connection. So, the dark side of kindness is not that kindness itself is bad. It's that kindness can be twisted by fear, by conditioning, by culture, by our own unhealed wounds, into something that looks noble on the surface but slowly eats us alive inside. And when that happens, the very thing we thought was our greatest strength becomes the very thing that breaks us. Now let's pause and reflect here. If you've ever felt this, the exhaustion, the resentment, the sense of being invisible even though everyone calls you so kind, you're not alone. You're not broken. You're not defective. What you're experiencing is the natural consequence of a world that doesn't teach us how to balance giving with protecting ourselves. It's the monster within, not because you're bad, but because unexpressed truths eventually demand to be seen. And this brings us to the real question. How do we embrace kindness without letting it destroy us? How do we stay compassionate without turning into martyrs? How do we love others without abandoning ourselves? So, how do we do it? How do we embrace kindness in a way that heals instead of harms? The answer lies in one simple but deeply uncomfortable truth. Kindness must begin with you. Not in a selfish disregard for others kind of way, but in the sense that if your kindness doesn't include yourself, then it isn't truly kindness at all. It's performance. And performance eventually collapses. Think of it like this. If you've ever flown on an airplane, you know the safety instructions. In an emergency, put your oxygen mask on first, before assisting others. At first glance, that advice feels almost wrong, almost unnatural. Why would I not help my child or my loved one first? But the logic is undeniable. If you pass out from lack of oxygen, you can't help anyone. The same principle applies to kindness. If you neglect your own needs, your own rest, your own well-being, your ability to truly care for others eventually suffocates. This is where boundaries enter the picture, and boundaries for many kind people feel terrifying. Boundaries feel like rejection. They feel like selfishness. They feel like shutting people out. But in reality, boundaries are the purest form of honesty. A boundary says, this is what I can give, and this is what I cannot. It says, my love is real, but it cannot exist if I'm empty. It says, I care enough to show you my limits, because without them, my care will rot into resentment. Psychologists describe boundaries as the invisible lines that define where you end and where another person begins. Without those lines, relationships blur into dependency, manipulation, or silence.
The third edict so far is crazy. We had a massive surge of players on Steam due to the free weekend and excellent retention going on to day 10. We have a meta absolutely dominated by Deadeyes, but a lot of other classes and skills are still viable, though probably not optimal. We'll talk about why. Despite huge success and enjoyment from the vast majority of the community, there are still some big problems with the game, including visual clarity, degens on death, performance, balance disparity, and power disparities between classes, and endgame, but to a much lesser degree than before. People have come together on the biggest wins for the game, including Act 4 and the interludes, the addition of crafting through new omens, Abyss, and the new currency orbs, and the market is just superb. People are enjoying just staying in the game and logging in the morning and seeing a slew of currency sitting in their hideout. But even within this enjoyment, there is still some debate, especially on the campaign. Will grinding your games actually cave and give a campaign skip option at the end of the day? I don't think so. Finally, will there be more patches for this PoE 2 expansion, or are we done until December? Grinding Your Games has been especially quiet lately. Either they're already cooking that big extra patch for Path of Exile 2, or they have moved on over to Path of Exile 1 and 3.27. Then I must touch on it. Almost everybody has been loving the patch. Content creators, people in the community, and yes, even tourists like myself. Oh my goodness, I already have more hours in 0.3 than I had all across Dawn of the Hunt. I am a tourist no longer. So my fellow exiles, make sure you sit back and relax or log into Path of Exile 2 and start grinding some maps or leveling up that next character, because we are breaking down the state of the game about 10 days into 0.3. If you'd like to see more of these videos in the future, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel with the sub notification bell on, and leave a comment below. It is the absolute best thing you can do to help support the channel. I appreciate all that support. Now, let's get right into it. We are kicking off with a visit to SteamDB to see that Path of Exile 2 is currently the 6th most played game on Steam right now. And this is early in the morning on Tuesday. The peak at this early hour is 181,263 players, and in the past 24 hours, 220,000. That's over a week into the expansion. If we zoom out a little bit, we can see that the overall peak for 0.3 on Steam alone, not counting standalone, which I play on, or consoles, was 353,657 players. Remember, it was a free-to-play weekend across all these platforms, so we had a huge spike and then a drop off after Monday. However, since then, it has remained pretty steady with another spike going into the weekend. This was not experienced with Dawn of the Hunt, which you can see reached 246,000 players and had a steep decline, especially going into week 2 and then week 3. We've still not reached that level yet for 0.3, but I reckon due to the changes to the market and all the new toys that we have to play with and the addictiveness of the Abyss mechanic, we will see much better player retention for this patch. And of course, we did not hit the heights of launch, which was 578,000 peak players, but I reckon if the game continues to improve and get into a better state, as we can all agree has happened with 0.3, we might be able to reach those numbers again one day and follow in the steps of the predecessor, Path of Exile 1, and just see consistent growth once the game is actually launched into 1.0 and is free to play permanently. I thought it would be important to also look at the reviews on Steam, just to get a gauge of what people are thinking. This is one of the best ways to do it. You can see there were very, very positive reviews in that initial launch, and then with Dawn of the Hunt, the negative reviews were absolutely tremendous. People were not enjoying the patch. They just did not want to play Path of Exile 2 and did not like the direction of the game. In fact, most of the reviews during the interim between 0.3 and 0.2 were negative, as you can see right here. Fortunately for Grinding Gear Games, that sentiment has changed for 0.3. Once again, most of the reviews are positive, and if you actually peek into the reviews themselves that are negative, most of the problems with players aren't due to the gameplay of Path of Exile 2, but the performance issues that so many people are experiencing, including myself. Never crashed before 0.3, and now I am getting rendering crashes every 20 minutes. I have tried all the solutions. I've swapped to Vulkan, I've downgraded drivers, I've decreased my graphical performance, I've cleared my cache. It's still happening to me. Although all those things I just mentioned have fixed things for other players. Regardless, it is one of the biggest problems Grinding Gear Games has yet to address. They've stayed very quiet on this, though of course they are aware that many people on PC, on PS5, on Xbox are having tremendous issues. We know they rewrote their renderer for this patch. They also made some other back-end changes. Not sure if they'll revert it or really just try to iron everything out before that next big release in December of this year. Whatever they decide to do, they really need to work on this. This is the biggest overall problem for Path of Exile 2 right now. I think everybody can agree on that. The game needs to be in a playable state, not only for high-end PCs like the one that I have, but for consoles and everybody who cannot afford high-end PCs. You shouldn't be constantly crashing out or just getting terrible frames in the regular version of the game. I'm not even talking about juiced up maps. I'll keep banging that drum, you guys. I want it to be fixed as much as all of you. So Exiles, if we are looking at these player numbers right here and looking at the peaks, the valleys, how many people were playing on Steam alone, should we judge the free weekend as a success? I would say yes from the sentiment that I have seen. I've had many people in my comments saying they tried the game for the very first time with this free weekend and ended up buying it and loving it, though they have expressed that they are shocked at how shoddy the performance was. It also did help that Grinding Your Games was giving out free cosmetic rewards for people who completed Act 1 during this free weekend. And the rewards are sick. Now, let's talk about the meta of 0.3 in terms of ascendancy disparity. And for this, I have this amazing graph created by my friend Sir Gog, which shows the breakdown of ascendancies per level. The inner rings represent lower levels and the outer rings represent higher levels. And you can see a single color dominates every single level of this circle. In the inner rings, it's a plurality, but as you move outward, it becomes a majority, even to the point of a supermajority, where the blue outweighs all the other ascendancies combined. Do we want to take a guess at what ascendancy the blue color is? Let me know in the comments below. Let's see if you were right. It's the Deadeye. The Deadeye as an ascendancy has absolutely dominated the early meta of Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict, followed by the Blood Mage and Invoker. And honestly, it's pretty easy to understand why if you just take a moment and you look at it. First of all, Deadeye is just ridiculously powerful. Yes, many people are playing Lightning Arrow on it, but you can actually play almost any skill on Deadeye and make it work. You get a whole bunch of raw movement speed, which is very powerful in Path of Exile 2, and it contributes to you being able to clear maps faster and progress quicker, and this is something that lots of people seek to do in that first week 1, week 2 of the league. They seek to get as far as possible into the Atlas, dominate the economy as much as possible to then fund their next build or just quit the league entirely. And Deadeye as an ascendancy has also been pushed by the biggest content creators around, though of course a lot of people are going to copy that and play that ascendancy. Completely ignoring the farming facet and the speedrunning facet, just look at the Deadeye and what it allows you to do as well if you're using a ranged build. It allows you to avoid some of the most debilitating effects in the game right now with Abyss, something you are encountering in every single map. You're able to blow everything up from range very quickly without needing to encounter any of the on-death effects, any of the ground degens, or any of that stuff. So it's very comfy for a lot of players, including my dad. However, you might look at that graph and think nothing else is viable and people are not enjoying classes and builds besides Deadeye and Lightning Arrow or Ice Shot. That's not the case at all. I started Hollow Palm Acolyte of Chayula. I blasted through the campaign, was very strong in endgame, then swapped to Invoker. I've been having a great time. So have many other people playing Hollow Palm on many different ascendancies. We have Ritualists, we have Amazons, Invokers, Acolytes of Chayula, even Deadeyes. Then we have Warrior, which actually was pretty strong, and people are really enjoying Maces and the reworks there. I've seen almost nothing but praise for Warriors in hundreds and hundreds of comments on my own videos and thousands of posts across Twitter and Reddit and Discord. Despite the hate for early game spells as well, I've seen a lot of people absolutely love their Stormweaver and Blood Mage spell builds once they progress a good chunk into Endgame 2. And Tacticians and other mercenary classes, don't even get me started on those. Those are ridiculous, some of the most powerful builds in the current league, and they do completely destroy any visual clarity on your screen. No Abyss needed. And we also have some pretty busted Reap builds that I've seen, which are super cool. I've also spotted just a couple Infernalists with Demon form that are doing absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage in the game too. And people have just been having a blast on them. I've even seen a select few Pathfinders that are making acidic concoction work after a few of the bug fixes from early in the league. Now that I think about it, the only real Ascension class with a big L is the Chronomancer. Where are the Chronos? Do we have any Chronos watching this video? If we do, please let us know what you're playing in the comments below. I'm very curious. So when you look at this graph, It tells the story of Deadeyes just absolutely blasting through the game and progressing far, but that doesn't mean they are the only viable class in the game. Are they optimal alongside Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod and Roas for clearing the game as quick as you can and either moving on to your next build or just leaving Path of Exile 2 until the next league? Yes, that is true. That is the current state of the game, and it is unfortunate. I do hope that Grinding Gear Games tries to address this, even though with every single patch, everyone, I think balance is just going to be completely thrown into disarray, especially if we're adding lots of new classes, abilities, and passives into the game during this early access period. What I legitimately hope they do is take some time during this interim 4 months and touch some of the skills and some of the passives, maybe some ascensions that don't feel as good or as powerful as the Deadeye. I really hope we don't wait until Christmas time to do more skill balance like we did with Dawn of the Hunt. Grinding Gear Games, don't abandon us. The game is so much fun. It would just be better if more skills were a little bit as viable as some of the top stuff right now. Just don't touch my Hollow Pulse. I love Hollow Pulse. I'll close out this section on the meta with just a message to everybody watching. There will always be a class that is most powerful in Path of Exile 2. This is an ARPG after all, and many people share the same goal of killing monsters as fast as possible, with as many colors on screen as possible. If that is your goal, yeah, you're gonna wanna play the most meta class. But if your goal is to solely have fun, move through the game at your own speed, and participate in a growing economy, many other builds are viable and you can carve your own path in the game. Just because you see the game dominated by a single sect doesn't mean you need to participate in it, even if you feel you need to. Don't let the meta bring you down. Skipping on over to the biggest problems in Path of Exile 2 right now. They are mostly agreed upon by the entire PoE2 community. The old
glupost. Nije, pa znaš ono kad se boriš protiv Džamandra, ono kao kralja onih pustinskih onih razbojnika, šta su? Trebalo bi ona ženska da baca štit na tebe, znaš. Ma kaki? Nije ni aktivirala štit, samo je bacio ovu mi na glavu. I razbuca me.
Teška ti je Džamana razrubiti.
Ne. Ja sam uzeo sam Blood Mage. Kad udaram, spawnujem ove kao kapljice krvi. Tako kad kupiš kapljicu krvi ne healaš se. Skembu sam u pola health. Ajmo do runda 2. Bukvalno mu stojim kod nogu i šibam mu magije u facu.
Jel?
Svaki par udaraca, mislim da ima koliko sekundi ta čekaš. Spone se kod njegovih nogu, crveni orb. To kad pokupiš, vrati ti health. Oko pola health ne vrati. To ti ima blood mage. Ma ne, veći problem meni. Pošto nas pobaca majke.
Hambality. Welcome to my channel. Hey, hit me up on Discord so I can catch your streams whenever you're live. My Discord username is SuperY.
Šta ti, Blekara? Ode li zavrbac? A hoćeš ti kaj? Ako ne budeš išao zove i Makića 8 sati pa je sve bitno. Čovjek.
bilo malo pederski. Otim bi bio između dva portala i bacio je tornado na mene dide. Ajde je napremalo htjelo da bi što tu radilo. I šta je bacio? Zolto dobijan. Polac. Okej. Prvog pokušaja sam gubio. Lažem, nije iz prvog, prvi ne računam zato što ona se zabagovala bila, nije radila ništa. On je bacio oluju, a ona tada drži štit da te kao odbranim. No kaki, one stoji i vidim ništa se ne dešava. Kako je moguće?
I who create all I can, but the twilight there ruins me. How can I advise you? I spent. Garricon was the. When. Time is short. Make haste.
Hi, sir.
Got some trinkets. Here, have this useless gold. This could be useful. All right, of course. Stay in sight. Young one. Ah, that's nice. Stay in sight.
I hear you. There is the Faradin.
What?
Cool winds, them uniting as one. Meet, I look at it. Somehow, she's. I can wait. I wish you well with this. The deal is done.
Ti nazad koplje. Tart. To mačku rekao. Daj mi neki škart. Znamo da se radi, jes. Yes. Komplet sam očistio drugi akt.
Jaman Ra is back where he belongs. I have given him a proper death. By removing his... Those who have survived this war will be given a choice. It would be a waste to kill the Feradan who have proven themselves in battle. Who knows what the future holds? Yes, until then.
The beast has grown too powerful. We can no longer contain it through mortal means. There was once an empire that embraced corruption. They studied it, mastered it, and became the greatest civilization the world has ever known. But it led to their destruction. Our allies will continue the pursuit of the beast, but we shall undertake a different search. We must go to the ruins of the Vaal Empire, in search of a weapon against the coming cataclysm.
Kao Skemban mi je defense, ali... Ajde, dalje mi je plus.
Utsal is close.
A swamp full of mosquitoes and ticks. I will tell you, young one.
We strayed from the route tonight. Through my spyglass, I see nothing ahead. The waters lie still, and the muddy banks between seem clear. Yet my nerves burn with the unmistakable sense of being approached.
Death and decay!
There is no one. No food. The silence feels alive. We have no choice but to run for it.
Your swamp fiends won't help.
Što je? ga leš ispod nogu u vazduh. Kakav vrata, skine mi sav health. Ah, kreti. Šta rade vi zombi?
attitude sickens me. Hello there. Thanks to the temp. If you want, it's as best as he was second. How can I help? How do I? Hello there. I've heard. Oh well. Still, have you?
What kind of stunt was that I can buy with?
What a weak, blubbering fool.
Some... What have you learned?
You're out, not all. One day.
Knowledge is a form of power.
Everything here can
That's
any place you want. Still alive. Some odds and ends we found in the jungle. I'll take it. Drink to survive. Keep your eyes shut.
How goes it? I don't go out here for some reason. Got a suit. Stay wary.
To se radi.
Evo igramo tankićima, a ti?
Oni su upaljeni, ali za ovog jednog drugara memoriju neku tražim na kupom podajem.
Jurim onaj KR1. 11. tier da straži.
Da se grinda, druže.
Da ti muda otpadnu, što se ona kaže.
Ali ova iz sedmica dobra, mamu je jebem.
Koja?
Iz sedmica.
Kad sam ovdje pokojni.
Šta igraš ti?
Onoga Destroyera. 5-0 druže, gubimo već.
Druže, što ima običnu granatu 243 penetracije. I što skida 520, evo, zna 550 ono skine. Šta je stavio? Nabijač, kamuflažu mrežu i one binokulare.
Ne. Stavio sam nabijač, stavio sam onaj auspuh da mi se ne čuje na kamuflažu i stavio sam ventilaciju.
Nabijaš ti mehanizam za punjenje, onaj loader, je li to?
Da. Aj, evo ti. Bum. A, da. Ubilčin. 15-2 izgubimo, od toga ja sam ubio jednog. A ušupao sam sa 10-kama, ja sam 8 pio. Stvarno. Pa rekli su da toga neće više biti, kurčina neće.
Misliš matchmaking, taj loš? Jednostavno tank ima bolje upgrade-ove, bolji oko, bolji top, jel to?
Ima nego već je tier tanka, jači. Alo, je srećo?
Hoćeš doći s pomen?
Gdje si? Hoću, ali sad čekaj me 2 minuta, 3, ajde.
Dobro.
Ajde.
Mausu sam skinuo 2300 damage-a, znaš. Izbušio sam ga kao sir.
Znaš ti kak si to majmun.
5000 iskustva treba za 11.
Pa će nam doći s leđa i to bi bilo to. Ja ne znam kako gađaju kroz ove... O, kroz kamen. Čovjek je probio sad kroz stenu. Jebote, 3 puta critical hit, sad ću da instalirati igru jebote. Gađam sa zlatnom municijom, 3 puta critical, ništa mu ne uzmem jebote. Usrani War Gaming jebote, ništa uradili nisu. Zato i dele sve ovo džabe. Su usrali igru jebote.
Ote koliko bi ti sad Crytek dao 3000 Warbond, oni ga zovu. 3000 Bloodbond.
Govno jebote, ja rekao on je nešto radili na igri, 3 puta critical čoveče,
Vjerovatno
dobija.
pucaš sa kumulativnom municijom.
Kupam sa zlatnim municijom pucam.
Da, ali ako je kumulativna...
Misliš ako je eksplozivna?
Nije brate, ona je, sad ću reći koja je, to ti ona...
Probojna. AP.
Da, ona brate...
Oklopna tradicija.
To ti je podkalibarna brate. 122 mm, špicasta ona jebo. Samo critical jebo. Ma, idem po čerku. Bog sranja.
Using tame beast, use
To je to, idemo prvo.
Twister conjures a small tornado.
your time. My tribe could use that. Don't eat anything colorful.
Dragane, otišao sam, uzdradi.
Aj pa se čujemo.